So I'm going to go ahead and call to order the Town of Monday, December 16th. First on our agenda is additions or changes. Any additions or changes from staff?
The only one you might want to consider is Mr. Hubie Norton is here in part for the Communications Union District. I had that last, not thinking we would have any attendees, so you might want to rearrange that. But otherwise, no changes from staff.
Anything from the board? Or would someone like to move things around, understanding we do have someone here to see the outcome of their interview from 2 meetings ago? 2 meetings.
I'll make the motion that we amend the agenda to move business item 7I up above 7A.
Andy, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Hi, Don. Motion carries 5-0. So our new 7A is consider appointment for our CCCUD rep. We've amended the agenda, moving along to public to be heard. Public to be heard is a time for members of the public to give input and comment on items that are either on the consent agenda or not on the agenda. So at this point, anybody in the room, you can raise your physical hand. If you're online, there is a reactions button in the center lower of your screen. From there, you can raise your virtual hand. I do see a hand online, so Betsy, go ahead, come up, introduce yourself, and speak to us.
Hi, and thank you for welcoming me to the speaker site. But, this is easy. Conservation and Trails wants to have a party for our members, and that will put us over the meeting law. So I wonder if we could put it into the Front Porch Forum that Conservation and Trails is going to have a Christmas party for their members, so that we go along with the open meeting law, but we can have our little party. Can that happen? Yep.
Depends if you're just meeting and it's social and there's no business being conducted, I will double check, but I believe that's fine. If you're going to be discussing Conservation and Trails business, that's when it becomes an open meeting.
Nope, just fun.
Just cookies.
Okay. Yeah.
Fun and cookies.
Oh, cookies. Oh, cake as well. And a little bit of libation. We'll go there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items for public to be heard? Seeing none, we will move along to this consent agenda. At this time, I would...
We had a public hearing before that, right?
Sorry, I saw public, and I skipped right over the public hearing. Thank you, Andy. At this point in time, we still have another couple seconds to go to meet the 6:35 timeframe warned on the agenda. So as such, I guess you get to hear me ramble for a couple more seconds until the clock turns over to 6:35. I guess we can introduce the item before we officially open it at 6:35. Our upcoming public hearing is the first of two for proposed amendments to the Town of Essex Charter.
Andy wants.
Sorry, I've got 20 more seconds. Thank you for the reminder, Andy. Okay, it's 6:35, so I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Make the motion, we open the public hearing for the proposed amendments to the Town of Essex Charter.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Andy. So at this point, we do have in the packet, there were a number of proposed charter amendments that we've talked about at, what? Oh, yes. Sorry, my brain is still in vacation mode. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry. Opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Our public hearing is now open. Thank you for that. In our packet, we did have the number of proposed charter amendments that we've discussed and updated at a number of prior meetings. So at this point, I'm just going to open it up for public comment, questions, clarifications, as this is a public hearing.
Ask her to read the question.
Could you read the changes that they wanted us to have?
No, not the whole thing, the questions, that'll be on the ballot.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
so
the question that's on the ballot.
So the proposed changes include, and these are individual bullets, providing a clearer description of the role of the town moderator, amendment to change the timing of approval of select board minutes, amendments to the required appointments by the select board and town manager, requiring a mailed notice of the availability of the town auditor's report and the annual report, amendments to subchapter 10, which is updates it to the Department of Real Estate Appraisal, amendment to remove the description of transacting business for annual meeting that is now voted on by Australian ballot, and then a clump of de minimis amendments that include wording, formatting, and spelling changes. And I'm not seeing anyone chiming in online. I don't see any hands in the room. So can we go ahead and close the public hearing?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? And I did hear Dawn, so public hearing is now closed. Now we can move on to the consent agenda.
I did have a question about when there's a word missing in one of them, that can just be added, right?
For the charter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can just pass those right along to Greg and Karen and can get those taken care of.
Thank you.
Sorry, you keep still going.
No, I just said thank you.
Okay.
Oh. I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. There is no discussion on consent. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us on to our business items. We did amend our agenda, so item 7A is now consider appointment of a volunteer as Essex representative on the Chittenden County Communications Union District. We did interview Mr. Norton, I believe, roughly a month ago. So that is what is before us for item 7A. Andy?
I make a motion that the select board appoint UB Norton as the Essex representative on the Chittenden County Communications Union District.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Is there a second? Is that Dawn's second?
I did say second. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, Hubie.
And thank you, Hubie.
Yes. All right, so moving along to now business item 7B, consider request
Excuse
from...
me, we didn't do consent items.
Yes, you did.
We did.
Yes, we did.
Oh, we did them all.
Yep.
Boy, I lost.
Consider request from Conservation and Trails Committee to amend the committee's charter and become a commission. Greg, do you want to set the stage for this one?
Really briefly, the Conservation and Trails Committee has made a request to become a commission. Staff has provided some comments. I'm happy to answer those, but I think it probably makes sense to hear from Conservation and Trails representatives first.
Yep. Come on up.
You folks want to join in? You can. Hi, Ken Signorella. I'm the chairperson. I'll introduce the members of my committee that have come tonight. This is Shannon Jackson. He's our vice chair. Betsy Dunn is one of our members, past clerk, I believe. And this is Steve Dowd. I don't think there's any of our members online, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just say that this started off as a pretty innocent exercise in just simply adjusting our current mission. which is actually in the memo that I sent you. It's on the 7th page, I believe. It has a number of errors in it and a lot of historical references to the old Conservation Committee and Trails Committee that eventually got joined. So it just needed a major update. I did that edit, brought it to my committee, and my committee members said, no, not good enough. We would like to actually gain more authority and be able to do more on our own and become a commission. Sent me back to the drawing board to produce a Conservation Commission charter that incorporated what we currently can do and added some additional abilities. I did that, and it is in my memo, and the one that has the watermark that says proposed. That passed our committee unanimously, and that is basically the ask at this point. Since then, we did learn about the statutory alternative to becoming a Conservation Commission. We talked about it at our last meeting. We decided not to muddy the waters at this time, stick with what we proposed and voted on. And if for some reason nothing happens this cycle, we could always go the statutory route next year. So please don't worry about that unless you want to take a shortcut and go that way. That's another alternative, I suppose. I think everything else is, if you had the time to read it, I've had some conversations with Andy. He's asked lots of questions, so I really appreciate that, digging quite deep into some of the details. Do any of the members here want to say why we want to become a commission?
I will. The nature of a commission is a little different than a committee. And for myself, and I believe the rest of my committee, I'm speaking for myself though, mostly, is that a committee or the commissions that you have in this town are all about the seeding ground for making people who want to be on different boards that are a little more powerful. It's a seeding ground. You, as the select board, give authority to your directors, and they give delegation to people who work for them. And then we get, as working with those different committees, mostly the Recreation Committee, but we're also working with Public Works with several of our things that we're doing, and getting them to make sure they count all the hours that they're working on a tree issue in the town so that we can get back the Tree City USA. And but the thing that we do by being a commission is we are granted more authority, and with that authority comes the responsibility and the accountability for our actions. And that's exactly what you want to have us doing, and learning and getting it right. And we won't be working out of our hip pocket and doing things. We'd still come and chat. You know, this is what we're thinking about, and coming in, but that we can do it. We have lost a couple of different grants that we could have had, but because of the delay, when we send something in that we want to do, it goes to Kent does it, and he takes it to someone else, I think Greg, or he takes it to Adrian. And then it comes to this whole select board, and by that time we've lost the deadline for getting the grant. Whereas if we are just able to do it ourselves, we're not going to do things that would harm anything. I think that we're a very, very active committee. We've done an awful lot, and we have a lot more to do, and as charged by you to do in our mission. And we would like to be able to accomplish those things. And so I feel that it's in the best interest of the town to allow us to become a commission. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hi, good evening. We know each other from conversations about the tree nursery. I have prepared multiple times information regarding the tree nursery. I want to be polite and professional, but I have to tell you, in our last meeting, I was presented with a brand new set of criteria for the 4th time. So after 3 times of preparing the information that I was asked to prepare, I got a whole new plan and a whole new set of criteria of things that I needed to come up with, and I was exasperated. I did have a good conversation. I stayed and had the conversation. I don't know where the project stands right now. As I explained to some of you, I had to put off all kinds of conversations that I had with Burlington Branch Out and actually the City of Essex Tree Commission. Very nice gentlemen, very nice people. So I've got all of the things I need in order to do this, but I got a whole new set of things that I'm supposed to come up with, and most of the answers I've already answered, but it's like answer them again. And so if we were a commission, I think I could just get the product right to you. I mean, that's all I want to do. I'd like to be able to just present it to you, answer your questions, and be able to move forward in a reasonable manner. Right now, I can't do that. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing? Hi, I'm Shannon Jackson, the vice chair of the committee, and I think it was one of the first meetings I was at. We had a long discussion 4 years ago about, maybe we should be a commission. It was Betsy brought it up as a new member at that time as well, and she presented it as this great idea that we could have a little more autonomy, but still have the guardrails of staff, as well as obviously our sole purpose is to advise the select board. I think being a commission would make it so that we could accomplish more and be more responsible, but also still live within the constraints and just be a little bit more productive, which is, I think, the thesis of what we're trying to do here is a 9-member board covering everything from wanting to do trails to conserving, land and architecture and the history of our town, everything else in between. There's a lot of energy, and we want to just put it into action. So thank you.
So you've heard a couple of times the issues come up. If we were a commission, we could do this. Various examples. So I went off to the Association of Conservation Commission, which is a state organization that we've hopefully become a member of. And in their handbook, it talks about why become a commission versus a committee. I thought that was a good thing to print out, which I did. And I think the primary thing that that shines out to me is that, I'll just read it. Because a municipal conservation commission is a legal arm of the town government, they can receive certain grants that can be awarded only to nonprofit organizations, nonprofit organizations. In addition, conservation commissions have other authorities and rights as mentioned in other state statutes and rules. So I think the primary difference is that a commission is more part of the government than we become part of a not-for-profit that at least gives us the ability to initiate a grant. Grants have to be approved by the select board. I've seen one on the agenda for tonight. No question about that. But we could initiate and submit to you immediately instead of going through an extra cycle. That would be one thing. Of course, the document that I produced has other authorities in it that we're suggesting. Obeying or respecting the town's policies for financial certainly is in there. I tried to incorporate everything that's in the current mission, taking out things that we definitely do not do. We do not maintain trails. That's currently in our current mission. We do not do that. So that was taken out. I tried to make it as complete as possible, listen to my members. As you can see, I have active members. There's only 4 of them. There's 9 total. I think the other frustration you hear from Steve and others have experienced as well is with 9 members, they want to do a lot. And staff has a very limited amount of time to support us. We've been told that we can have 4 to 8 hours per month. That includes the meeting. That's 2 hours, so that leaves really 2 to 6. So unless we begin single threading our activities, and we have typically 4 items going at the same time, at least, we will become a lot less productive. And I would say that we probably could not meet as often, or I'm not sure what would happen exactly. It would just become a lot less we'd be doing. With 9 people, it would be frustrating, I suppose, for the other members. I think that's all I have to say. Everything else is in the document. A lot of staff response, if you had time to read it. Any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Questions from the board?
My only concern is the current mission of the Town of Essex Conservation Trails Committee is quite different than the statutory rules of a commission. So
Correct.
it doesn't include a lot of the things that are in the committee.
The statutory version is pretty general. I was concerned about the trail component, but recreation is listed in there as part of its statutory responsibility. So I wasn't too concerned. I felt as though it was general enough that it covered everything.
Andy?
So I didn't hear it mentioned tonight, but I've heard it mentioned before that you'd like to have the authority to spend money. Is that part of what you're asking for?
Part of what we're asking for is that we would get, as a commission, we would hopefully get a budget allocation, which we would request, obviously, have to be passed by the voters. Good examples of small things that we wanted to do were to buy daubers for herbicides. Small things like that. We have a few $1,000s we need to buy the materials for the tree nursery, for example. What? Oh, benches in the woods. Small things. You're talking of a few $1,000s is what we're really talking about. And we would be able to request expenditures, obviously. They would go through the normal financial processes that expenditures happen. I assume we submit some sort of a voucher to the town and then the check gets written. We actually experienced that with one of the trees we planted. I put out $60 for mulch for a tree, compost, I believe it was, and submitted it and was eventually reimbursed.
So what change are you asking for in that?
I think that the allocation up front that we would have a budget for, we would anticipate, we want to build 5 benches at Indian Brook, for example. We estimate the cost to be X, Y, and Z. Put that into the budget, and then once that's approved, we would be able to make that expenditure.
Do you have a specific budget allocation you're asking for? We haven't seen a request.
No, not at this point.
Because
it would be for the next cycle.
We're actively involved in setting
everything
the budget
that we
at this
need
point.
has come through departments at this point. We have talked to Parks and Recreation; they've included it. Public Works for tree replacements. It's everything that we needed. We've worked through our various departments.
So
Their budget.
So I guess the thing you're really asking for is a specific line item budget for
Yes. Correct.
conservation and trails.
It's basically small change.
So yeah, I'm not arguing the amount. I'm
that's
just
the
trying to
other-
get clear what you're asking
That is the
for.
part. Like the Economic Development Commission has a small amount, for example. I'm on that commission, and like that, we use that for an RFP, I believe.
And so but you also want the autonomy to spend that without having to ask permit.
We would have to. We can't write the checks ourselves.
Right.
So I assume there's a process.
Okay,
But
so
we
how
would-
is other than there being a line item, there's no other difference in what you're asking for. Okay, just wanted to understand that. The other thing I heard you asking for or was commented on is the authority to make commitments for the town,
Well, they would have to be approved by the select board, of course. So a good example.
or the manager, depending on the context.
Like the MOU that, for example, for the tree nursery is a good example. So right now, that hasn't even, the negotiations, a formal negotiation hasn't even begun for that MOU. We did write a draft. We've informally have an understanding about what would be approved if it was to get into that stage.
So sorry, what change are you asking for from the way things exist today with regard to making commitments and negotiating for the town?
We would submit the MOU for you to approve directly.
So then we would take it and give it to staff and say, please review
I
this.
would hope you would just approve it. That would be our goal.
Ah.
And we would talk with the other party, and we would have be able to say, the other party does agree to this.
Okay, the other thing I've heard concern about is availability of staff time. The select board itself can't give you authority to use staff time. That can only come from the manager per our charter, the town's charter.
So I assume for something like this, we'd be able to submit it to legal for review.
So you're asking for the authority to go directly to our legal team to ask for legal review.
Or an MOU, yeah, that would be optimal.
So that's directing, I mean, every time somebody goes to legal, there's an expenditure involved in that. So you're asking for the authority to expend legal fees without
That could-
any
that-
staff involved.
That could come out of the budget item that we talked about.
Okay, I just want to understand what you're actually asking for the authority to do.
And it's the authority to do it, to have the ability to request the funds when needed and not have to go through 5 different hoops all at once. You're allowing us to be able to be intelligent adults with the responsibility and the accountability for what we're doing as well. This isn't just an off-the-cuff kind of thing that we're talking about. And when you talk about staff time, if we don't need to have Kent at our meetings each time, that gives us 2 extra hours that month, that we can have him doing something else possibly. We don't need him at every meeting.
That's really another issue per se.
Yeah, but that's the truth. And when you come to the tree farm, you know.
Tree nursery.
The tree nursery, this is gonna save the town money. You know, there's gonna be an initial outlay.
So yeah, I'm not talking about the value of the
It's the
project.
process.
I just want to understand
The
what
process.
your
The process that we would,
want the
we would,
access.
committee is asking for.
And that would be the same if we were gonna try to conserve someone's land.
so as a commission, we feel that we would, being part of the government, would have the at least authority to make some sort of an initial negotiation with another party. Not a commitment, mind you, but a good understanding is that this is what would be in an MOU that could be approved. That would come to you. Yes, what you do with it at that point, we don't control. We would hope that we would have the ability to at least get a legal review beforehand, especially if it's coming out of our own budget. And then it would come to you with that already done.
So to address the spending comments that Betsy made, Ken, you and I looked at the statute on Saturday, and there is nothing even in a statutory conservation commission that gives them the authority to spend money.
No, it's only the authority to collect it.
Right. So you can collect money, you can have a fund, you can all that, but there's no statutory, even one that's supported by state statute does not have the authority to unilaterally spend any funds.
I don't argue with that. That's true.
Okay.
But remember, the version that we approved, the committee approved, is not the statutory one. It is the one that is in there that's labeled proposed.
Okay. I think I have a couple other things, but I'll let somebody else go.
Ethan.
No, I got to think of them.
To be clear, I haven't talked with Ken about this at all,
Nope.
and I have had very little time to do a lot of research on this. But my go-to comparison was the cemetery commission, because I don't know a lot of I know the planning commission, right? But planning commission's
Take it.
a little bit different realm as far as a committee that's purposefully, I don't want to say actively doing something, but they're on a bigger scale. So I went cemetery commission, and I thought, okay, what does the cemetery commission have? Okay, the cemetery commission has their own fund. Cemetery commission collects their own fees, which are all things that have been mentioned tonight. And yes, they cannot just go and purchase things, but the cemetery commission has a much easier way of saying, here's what we need. We have $76,000 in our fund. They go to Greg and they say, we need, whatever. I'm just going to use I know the flags were donated, but let's just say something like flags or lighting or something for the cemetery. And they say, this is what we think would advance the cemetery. They go to them, it's $4,000. It's under $40,000. It's a quick check mark, comes off. And to my understanding, that process could also be done with the select board. I may be wrong there. But the only thing that I see as a benefit here, is that the Conservation Commission would be able to propose plans, come to the town, to the select board, say, we have this idea with a tree nursery, right? I'm not saying approval of the tree nursery. I'm saying the tree nursery exists, and they say we're going to charge X amount of dollars for the trees, But in turn, in our business model that we've created, and I'm just making this all up as I talk, you know, we want 10% of revenue from that model in our fund. We want to directly invest that in our nursery, or small things like that they would have the power to say, this is our fund, this is what we're going to do with it, because, you know, same as the cemetery commission, we can't go and say that we're going to spend cemetery fund money on whatever we want as a select board, because we can't. It's restricted money to the commission.
Right, and there is also a process to go through staff in
Correct.
order to allocate those funds and
Right.
for the cemetery commission.
Right. But staff doesn't direct where those funds go. The staff approves where those funds go. They can't direct them because it's not staff's money to direct. It's not our money to direct.
Andy, go.
There's statute though behind cemetery commissions that do give them that authority. So they're doing what what you're discussing is covered by statute. They are given the authority and the responsibility to maintain and administer the cemetery. Statute does not give that same authority to a conservation commission.
I haven't seen those two side by side, so I'd have to
I
print
did.
them out and see the exact wording next to each other that clearly states that one can and one can't before I can make a decision on that.
It doesn't say that a conservation commission cannot spend money. It doesn't give them the authority to. But this is a Dillon's rule state where you can't do anything unless the state tells you you can do it. And so by omission, it means you can't.
And the cemetery commission clearly says that you can.
Yep.
And you have those statutes on top
I
of your
don't
head,
have
or
them. I will go look them.
okay, so we'll have to put those in a packet for a future meeting to review.
Yep, the state statute for the Conservation Commission is focused on receiving. So like for number 4 is receive appropriations from the budget, receive money, grants, and private gifts, receive gifts of land and other property. It's focused towards receiving.
In hopes that it would stay solely in conservation.
It does say administer the lands and properties. I assume administer involves spending some money, so there's that.
That's just where I went down the road of comparing, because for a conservation, a commission that utilizes, you know, a fund, that was the only of my knowledge in the town of Essex that currently actively does that.
Right.
So I didn't have a lot of time to dig through, but I think that if that sole idea or topic, that one part, not all of it together, but if that one part is a big hang up, I think that there's more information needed in that category.
And I think, yeah, actually, Dawn, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm okay for right now. I understand what they're asking for.
Okay. One question that I did have is, have we had legal review of the difference between the statute and the proposal? Because where I'm going to go with this ties into Andy's comments about the Dillon's rule state and understanding that conservation commissions are carved out specifically in statute. So I'm curious as to whether we even can add more duties or different duties to what's identified within statute. In other words, can we carve out our own commission that has added duties from what's identified in statute? Because the statute governs what authority we have, right?
From the staff comments I've seen, that interpretation is that the select board can create a conservation commission with whatever duties and responsibilities you wish.
Just to clarify staff comments on that, the town charter allows the select board to create any board or commission or committee as it sees fit. So I think they can create a conservation and trails commission, conservation and trails committee. I think to Tracy's point, if it was to become a conservation commission, I think it becomes a question of, can you do only what's allowed in statute? And I think that the statute allows the select board to create a conservation commission according to what's allowed in statute.
Yep.
So
I read about that in the handbook from the association, and their interpretation is you can add on more things, but at least your minimum, your bottom line becomes what the state statute states.
Yeah.
The The other thing about a commission
just
that's different is the concept of being more of a ongoing thing. A committee can just come and go, whereas a commission is a little bit more in perpetuity.
So in line item 7 in 4505, powers and duties of conservation commissions, you go down to 7. It says administer the lands, properties, and the rights which have been acquired by the municipality for the purposes of this chapter. And then it gives you the little dot, comma thing there that says these reasons below. And you look down at 10. It says prepare, collect, publish, advertise, and distribute relevant books, maps, and other documents, and maintain communication. The last sentence isn't really 100% needed, so would that not mean that they could use conservation funds to prepare, create, and publish maps?
How I read that is that they can prepare them, but they can't unilaterally say, oh, we're gonna expend this much money from this account in order to do that, that would still require either the select board allocating the funds or the staff person to allocate those funds from within their existing budget.
Right, but then right on 11 it says make a brief annual report to the municipality of its finances and transactions for the year just passed. So they couldn't prepare, collect, and publish, and then make the report to the municipality for the year that just passed.
Well, by this, I think they're required to.
Right, I'm just not seeing anywhere that says that they can't. I see where it says they can make maps and publish them, and with their own funds. It doesn't say that it says that they can. It says prepare, collect, publish, and advertise, and distribute relevant books, maps, and other documents. So they could have a map of all the trails. They could make a book of all the trees in Essex. They could make a book about the moth that's eating all the leaves. Right? I mean, I don't see anywhere where it says that they cannot spend money. But it clearly says that they can prepare, collect, and publish.
And again, we're a Dillon's rule state, so unless it specifically says you can do the thing,
It does.
you can't do the thing.
Right.
When it comes to actually allocating funds. So preparing it is different than paying for publishing it. Andy, go ahead.
And it doesn't say that they can bypass town purchasing policy.
And in fact, my version specifically says must follow town's financial policies.
Yep.
I should say the committee-approved version.
But going on to what Ethan said, but a transaction means that you are doing something.
You have the
That's
authority to
exchange.
receive money. You have the authority to receive money.
And
That
report.
transaction isn't just one way, though. It doesn't say we can't do the other side of it and pay. We wanted to put in a fence because up on the top of Matthew Forest Trail, there's a huge overlook, but there's a huge drop-off right there about after that. And we would like to put a fence there because I think that it's safety that you're looking at there. And we should be able to say, we're gonna do this, and you're like, yeah, okay. It's the conservation fund becomes our fund that is not available to you to use.
Ethan?
Is there somebody that we can reach out to from the Vermont Conservation Commission?
The Association of Vermont Conservation Commissions?
Yeah, I think that there are enough
On a state level?
questions. I'd kind of like to collect all the questions so that then we can.
They have a very good website with a lot of information.
Come back and have more conversation after we get that.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, more staff time.
Yeah, it is more staff time. I guess I'm just struggling a little bit with, I don't think there's anything preventing the Conservation and Trails Committee right now, whatever it's called, to make a request to the select board to set aside some money in the budget, and then they can use it. It's still gonna have to go through some staff approvals. If it's putting up a fence or some benches, I would want the Parks and Rec Department involved to be aware of where they're gonna be and that they're okay with it, and we going to get volunteers to put it up? Is it going to be staff time to put it up? Questions like that. But I think you might be jumping too far ahead to figure out that they have to become a commission to have money. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessary.
Ethan?
Well, it says they have to do their own fundraising. Right?
No, their current charter says they can apply for grants.
The proposed one.
No, the current one, your current one, it says in there that you can.
That is,
Sorry.
that's this one. The current mission, you're saying, has that in it?
Yeah. I can't tell you. The one that says proposed is your old one, right?
The one that says mission and powers, and the heading says current Conservation and Trails Committee mission, powers, and duties. It's one page. And I don't remember seeing that in there.
Advises.
We could add it.
Now, a better example of something that we would request that doesn't go through another department might be a forest management plan. We might do an RFP and ask for a forest management plan for, let's say, the Matthew Forest, which needs one. That would be a better example that might stand alone under our own line item.
I don't see that one.
So just reading that, there's a clause in there that says the committee shall not be a formal party or representative of the municipality at any court, commission, or board hearing without prior approval of the unified manager. Well, for one, we don't have a unified manager anymore.
There are definitely some updates that are.
Okay.
Now, that was the initial start of this
Yeah.
process,
This has been
actually.
an ongoing process, and we
didn't
have
even
9
notice
members,
that
not 7
earlier.
members. Like,
So
there's things in this that need to be changed. This was our goal when we talked, and kind of snowballed, but it snowballed quite honestly in a way that showed that we want to do more. We want to obviously stay within the guardrails of what is allowed in this town and the policies, and working with the staff, but also recognizing that working with the staff, whether it's the town manager or his employees or the legal team that would require dollars and cents be spent, we can have volunteer time. 9 people on a whatever you call it, committee has a lot more time than one staff member who also is the development manager, who has 75% of his time dedicated to very specific things. And then on top of that, he comes to our meetings. And on top of that, he wants to help us, do all these projects and stuff. We want to be the catalyst that actually enables us to accomplish things, rather than just having great conversations and talking about what we could do. We want to actually see them done.
Go ahead.
I'm just we're gonna spin our wheels on legal questions if we just keep doing this. But I don't know. I guess the question I would ask is if we have done a review of asked the questions of Vermont League of Cities, Towns, and others about the difference between committees and commissions, and they said there's no difference. We could just tonight decide to change your name to commission, and then, but that doesn't do anything, right? That doesn't help you any.
Well, if I go with what the Association of Conservation Commission says, it makes us part of the government.
So I'm not ready to change your charter, because I need to do what Ethan asked for, a side-by-side look at, because you don't have a track change version, because I understand it's a rewrite, but still you can look in there and look at what the words are and say, okay, well, this matches up with this is a new thing, this is not. Or maybe we need just, a summary of, okay, these are the explicit list of changes that we're the things that we're actually asking to do differently, and then unfortunately then it means staff time to go through and look at that. So
That's why we talked about at our committee using the state statute alternative, which would be a much simpler process. Put the question on the ballot. If it passes, you've got something to work with right off the bat.
we could tonight make you a statutory.
I'm well aware of
a conservation
And
commission,
that-
and then your ability to do things would be strictly defined by statute. We could do that for you. But I don't know. Is that,
We talked about it, honestly. I thought that my committee would want to go that route, but they did not want to do that.
And I'm not sure, like, even just based on the grants, like, based on the town's purchasing policy, based on what's in writing, based on what's in statute, like, that doesn't solve that problem based on what's in front of us. Like, you're not gonna be able to, and this isn't me speaking on behalf of the select board, it's just legally, it's not gonna solve that problem for you.
Well, the problem is that right now, we can't be even applying because we're not part of a not-for-profit. The only change that would be, we would now be able to apply for the grant with your approval, just as I see on the agenda for tonight. We would submit to you, we want to apply for this grant. That's the difference. Right now, we can't do that.
Yeah, and I think even if it comes directly to us, we're still gonna turn around and go back to staff. So it's still following the same path, just in a different order of operations.
I can't predict what you would do given a grant. It might be very simple, and you might say, this makes sense, let's just do this.
Ethan?
I was just gonna say that maybe the select board might prioritize something that maybe staff doesn't at that time. Because if the select board unanimously approved something and gave it to staff, it would get done. I'm not saying that you're not doing those things. I'm just saying that if we have 12 things that we've given Greg already, and committees are coming up the chain, the way that committees work, he may have a full plate, and not that he's not doing those things, that those things may take more time that way. You know, when zoning changes are proposed, right? The planning commission makes those changes. They're presented to the select board, right? Greg isn't making any decisions on them. Yes, a staff person is involved in those meetings, as would be this. And then those changes would come to the select board. And if the select board made a vote to make business, you know, that's the only difference in my mind. I'm not saying that you aren't doing those things, Greg. Don't hear me in that way.
No,
just
no,
saying
I'm
that
not.
That's my method in my mind of what is the difference. Because I look at all of this stuff, I'm like, okay, what do we have? What is this? And why are they different? And then I look at them and I'm like, okay, but I don't have all the information, so that's why I said tonight, you know, I wouldn't be able to make a conscious decision, yes or no, tonight, because I don't have all the information that I personally need to form an informed decision. That's where I stand on it. I don't know where I am with it, you know.
Yeah.
I have a lot of clarifying questions that I will portray to you, as you've noted many of them tonight. But I think it's I don't think it's a bad discussion to have. I think one of our boards has come to us with the request, and our due diligence is to hear the request and vent it, and, you know, form an informed decision after receiving the information that we need. So I want to thank all involved. I'm not pointing fingers any directions. Right? We're all here together.
We have a great example of exactly what you're talking about. The Riverside property was a perfect example. We advised the select board. We advised the select board to look at this property. Where it happened next, went to staff. It wasn't something on staff's radar. That's a distraction and a problem. So we got called in, and we have to pitch in and do some of the tasks, which is fine. But the point is, those are the kind of things that we're going to be bringing forward. Staff operates on a day-to-day basis. We're looking at other things. And when we're ready with something, ready to hatch, we put it into your nest. And how long you sit on it, I can't predict. But that's the way we're set up. Opportunities arise that you don't anticipate. Sometimes they will disappear if you don't take advantage. We are out there looking at these opportunities. We learned about the Riverside property as an incredible opportunity, and we did what we needed to do at this point. I think it's working, but I'll even go one step further. I felt uncomfortable even talking to the Winooski Valley Park District without permission. I think as a commission, I would have been much more comfortable doing that.
Because you could represent the town.
Yes, be part of the government.
Yeah, and I don't want to be argumentative, but the represent the town.
Maybe the
So-
wrong
yeah.
verbiage. I just,
Yeah.
Might be a little too
Yep.
strong.
Sure.
Yep.
At least come forward and say, we're interested, would you want to partner? And be able to say that with some authority. Of course, it has to still go through all the proper channels.
But we would be representing the town in the sense of if we were going up to a person who's got forest land, that we're looking at maybe a conservation pitch with them. We are representing.
An initial contact.
Yeah, we are representing you, no matter what.
Yeah, and it's just because there is language in the charter
I recognize
specifically around representing the, so I just wanted to,
my wife's a lawyer.
But-
There's power in words.
I thought I said.
And I did preserve that, by the way. That particular clause that's in the current mission, I brought that into the proposed charter.
I appreciate your consideration of this. The bottom line is, we're 9 very capable professionals, and we work for you.
For free.
We work for you.
For
For
free.
free. Oh,
We're really saying, if you empower us to be able to move forward in certain areas without any expectation of a bottom line decision, but just to move forward effectively, we can just be so much more
Yeah.
beneficial to you.
Any other questions,
Thank you.
clarifications?
I would just echo Ethan's comments that need a little more information. It is a big sea change.
Yep. Yep. And I also want to underscore that, like, you know, making the select board aware of what you want to work on, what you see coming, where there are opportunities. Like, I've had conversations around communication and increasing that. So anytime you want to have a conversation around, hey, I see this coming down, this is what I would like to move to, like, we're always here to listen. That's like, you know, the committee's job is to advise us and tell us what you see, because that's your role. So anytime that there's an email, if you can have an update to come in front of us, if there is an ask, I welcome that.
That's why we're here.
Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll start by just trying to get clarity on, and I'll hopefully can come back to this, but start thinking about it. Clarity on what staff is being asked or directed to do right now. Based on this conversation, and wherever you land on that, we are busy. We're in the thick of the budget season. The Conservation and Trails Committee has a few other projects that are not done yet. And if we're asked to be looking into this, that's going to take more time from other stuff. So I guess with that in mind, I really don't feel strongly whether or not it should be a commission or a committee. And if the statutory Conservation Commission to me is a different question from Conservation and Trails Committee. The name Commission Committee I don't think makes a difference from a staff perspective. And I think Andy mentioned it. As far as we can tell from VLCT and statute, there is no difference between commission and committee when it's applied to conservation and trails. I think the bigger question or bigger issue is some of these other underlying issues, which I think that's a different conversation about how to resolve some of that. Steve mentioned earlier that staff, or the primary staff person for conservation and trails has about 4 to 8 hours per month to give them. There's a limitation there. And again, I love what the Conservation and Trails Committee is doing. That was one of my first jobs, was supporting the Conservation Committee, what it was at the time, and I've seen some of that stuff that I worked on still be in place, which is awesome to see. So it's nice to see the passion and the dedication now. I think we're running into a staffing capacity issue. Before we could get the MOU done, there was an idea to look into the boat launch. Before we could get the boat launch done, and there's hang-ups for any number of reasons, now we're being asked to potentially look at a Conservation Commission versus committee. It all takes time. And so I think if we can figure out a better way to work more efficiently, to chip away at 1 or 2 things at a time, and I know Kent has started to have that conversation with you as a committee, I think that's going to be helpful. Some of the comments about allowing the committee, whatever, or commission, to go out and apply for grants, to negotiate easements, to negotiate agreements, I'm going to recommend that should not go to you without sort of any sort of vetting. And I do think, and I would ask that if it comes to you at a select board, that you do ask staff to vet it and to look at it. I say that for a few reasons. Our purchasing policy right now says that grant opportunities that do not require a financial match need to go to the manager for approval. And if that happens and the Conservation Commission came and asked to apply for a grant, I'm going to start to ask, what impact does it have on staff? Who's responsible for it? Who's going to be managing it, if anything? If the answer is none and staff looks at it and says, yeah, we have nothing to do with it, great. But that's still a question of staff. If it becomes a select board question, when there's financial commitments for grants, it does have to go to the select board. And I would hope that you would ask the manager, me or somebody else, to look into that. And do we have the money? What's the staff impact? What's the capacity? And those types of questions that we try to ask and that we try to bring to you when we present stuff. So I don't know that those questions are going to get answered with changing from commission to committee. I do think that, yeah, we can have conversations about how to support the committee and do it more efficiently. Put money in the budget is an option to look at. But I think answering some of these underlying questions, to me at least, should be answered before the question about what it should be called. Or call it whatever, but we still need to answer those questions. I don't think that's going to be the cure-all. And with that, I'll bring you back to my original question of what do you want to do with this? Yeah.
What do we want to do with our memorabilia on the wall?
We're not currently a Tree City, technically.
You were in 2020.
We tried.
Yeah. What? Leave it up? What do you mean?
I don't know. I mean, that's the question. Is conservation important to the town of Essex? And if yes, then we need to show that. That's my opinion. There's a conservation fund with funds in it, right, to do these things that are being asked to be done.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna leave it at that.
I would say for that, there are stipulations around how that can be spent, and if those recommendations come from the Conservation and Trails Committee to the Select Board, I know we have one right now a recommendation to expend some of that money for the boat launch, and it's not come to you because I
remember
asked
that
questions about the boat launch.
That recommendation is not for the boat launch. It is for the land.
Sorry, for the land.
Words matter.
So I think that those are, at least in my mind, two separate questions. Like what the sign says on the door, whether it's a committee or commission, doesn't dictate whether we prioritize conservation or trails in Essex. For me, it's more fundamentally around what's the problem we're trying to solve, and is this really going to solve the problems that are being experienced? Andy?
And to address one thing that Ethan said, the Conservation Fund was established by vote of the town with the question about establishing it referenced the Town of Essex Conservation Reserve Fund policy, so we can't change the purpose of that, change how we spend that money without another vote of the public. We would have to go back to the public and say, can we let our conservation and
commission,
or whatever, whichever, whether it's a committee or commission, spend that money on things other than what's specified in the policy that was approved by the voters.
Is that linked in here? On what exactly you can spend it on? Does it just say conserving land? Or does it?
The Conservation Reserve Fund policy is pretty much focused on conserving land.
Just land?
Yeah.
Okay. So, my comment's pretty accurate.
It has an application form you have to fill out, and
Yeah, but they can't spend it on
Daubers for
daubers
pesticide.
for invasive species
herbicide.
removal or
or benches.
boardwalk?
right.
Ooh,
Right.
thanks, ideas.
That would be my argument with the commission, is that they could fundraise to spend money on things like.
I swear somewhere it
It
says
says
that,
it.
that
It
they
says
already
it.
have the authority to do it. I gotta look at my big thick policy.
Not in the current mission. It's a one-pager.
There's old
I think we have to get that.
select board policy that isn't.
And there it goes. Conservation Commission's mission.
So, Dawn, go ahead.
It sounds to me like it would make this group much happier being a commission. And if there's no objections, as Greg said, he didn't have any objection to it being either one. I would make the recommendation or motion that we allow them to become the, a commission.
Is that with the updated charter and powers that are within that draft charter?
As long as they pass muster with the lawyer, legal, yep.
And just to clarify, is that a motion?
It was a motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table
Second.
for legal review, but to update the mission, the charter, and migrate from a committee to a commission. So that motion has been seconded. Is there any board questions, discussions? Andy?
I think it's imprudent to approve something prior to doing the legal review. I mean, that's what.
No,
what
she
we
said
think
pending
was
legal.
just asked.
She said pending legal.
Pending legal review, Andy.
I'm sorry, what?
It was
The motion
pending
was
legal review.
pending legal review.
I'm gonna vote now, because I'd rather do the legal review first.
That's what she said to do.
So we.
I'm not gonna vote yes without a legal review.
All right, so is there any other board discussion? Because if not, I'm going to turn over to public comment. Any members of the, I don't know what that is.
There's a member online who raised their hand quite some time ago.
For a while, Margaret had her hand up.
Margaret.
No, there's just this like beeping in the, please tell me I'm not the only person who hears it.
I
Okay.
hear a phone going.
Okay,
I turned mine off. I
Margaret.
know it's not mine.
go ahead.
Hi, I'm not sure I followed all the discussion. I realize you're all trying to do the best possible job. The part that concerned me was the fact that the committee lost the opportunity to get some grants because the process for running it by all the people that needed to approve it was so tedious that they lost their deadline. And so in the interest of them being able to make some money for the town, I would think this would be a good thing. So yeah, it's sad to see dollars get away from us. Thank you.
And just a comment on that, our purchasing policy does state that any grants need to be approved by our town manager if they don't have a match for funds. So I just want to be clear that even though the powers say may apply for be a party to grants, I would assume that our purchasing policy would supersede this, but that's another kind of question mark in my brain.
Be part of legal review.
Yep. Any other public comment? Do not hear any, so I will bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Is everybody clear on the motion?
We'll see.
Kendall, it looks like you have a question.
I just don't have enough information. I think it's too big a sea change. Sometimes even with a committee that has a ton of energy and everything, you still have to work through what the town is able to do staff-wise. And I agree with what you said as far as you're just coming back to the staff through a different perspective, and I don't think you can get around that. And I am very concerned because the statutory rules are different than the mission that the town has. So.
And also just to be very clear, I note that the agenda item is consider request. Is that to be taken as potential action as well? Okay, just wanted to make sure we were okay on that.
So no, I'm not clear on the motion. The motion is to rename them as a commission and accept the charter change pending legal review. What happens?
Yes.
I don't understand what happens if
If the legal review comes back and says, yeah, there are X, Y, Z concerns, issues, it would come back to us for,
so if there is the intent that if there are any legal questions at all for the document, that none of this goes forward?
that is my understanding, but Dawn, was that the intent of your motion?
It is, but they'll also be allowed to resubmit it if they can correct the issues.
So it's in its current form. All right, you ready for the question? Ethan?
I just got a question. Don, would it be better if we retracted and made a motion to direct staff to push the legal review on this? That way it doesn't get voted down and we gain nothing?
That's a possibility, but these people are so charged up to do stuff. I hate to see them lose their momentum.
I hate to see
To
us.
help it along. But I can withdraw it for now and table it. Yeah, I can table the motion for now.
Withdraw my second also. And then I'd make the motion that the select board direct staff to conduct a legal review on the proposed charter for the Conservation and Trails Committee of the Town of Essex and bring it back to us at their earliest convenience.
Okay.
I'll second that.
The former motion was withdrawn. Ethan and Dawn. This is to direct staff to have a legal review done on the proposed charter in its entirety. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So we're
Go ahead.
we're actually considering allowing them to. No, we're not. We're not. We're not bypassing any purchasing policies or anything in there. So I guess I'm still not understanding the actual meat of what's in that.
You're asking what is the difference between what we proposed and the current mission?
Yeah.
In a nutshell, I can attempt to answer that for you as best I can.
I think there's a motion on the floor with no second.
Yep, I guess you're in discussion mode.
There-
Motion, yeah.
Is this clarification on the motion or?
sorry. Was there
Yeah, there was a motion to
There's no
send
second?
this to legal review. It was Ethan and Dawn, so there was a second.
She did second?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't hear her say.
So, but I guess the powers is probably the section to look at the most important part there. Applying for grants, so you'd be hearing from us first in terms of a grant, not from staff. We could receive donations. Utilize municipal funding, so that's the budget item that we talked about. The commission may negotiate agreements with approval, of course. It says that right there. The commission shall not be a formal party. That was carried over from the previous one. So the powers is probably the major section. Everything else I kept pretty much the same.
Updated numbers for members, things like
Yes,
that.
I corrected
You're
all
looking for differences.
corrected all the
rather than
errors,
this.
basically. Right now, it doesn't mention the unified manager or the old conservation committee and trails committee. None of that, obviously. It actually adds some responsibilities. Right now, our current mission doesn't talk about, we're required every 5 years to do a survey for the conservation fund. Wasn't in the current mission. It's in the one that I proposed. Those are the primary differences.
I still don't see how it's going to make anything different. So
Okay, so, yep, and we're not talking about approving, denying, we're just talking about sending this for a legal review at this
Yep.
point. So at this point, I'm gonna ask for a vote, unless there's any questions or clarity needed on what we're voting on.
So if there's any legal questions, it'll come back to the board.
This is the
Legal review on-
only thing we're voting on is whether to send this for a legal review.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. We will be speaking to you again.
Thank you, and I apologize to staff for submitting yet another thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, so at this time, we will move along to business item 7. It is now C, discussion potential action about human services funding.
Thank you.
Hi, Tammy.
Hello. Pick a mic. I'm here because apparently at some previous discussions at some point there was some question as to how we were approaching human services contributions as far as approval and if these items should be something on the ballot each year or if the policy that we have in place was sufficient. So that question trickled down to me to do a little research on as a staff person for that committee. And our town attorney has reviewed all of the policies and actually reviewed a couple of court cases and came back to us and said that there's essentially 4 elements that are necessary in order to really properly process these contributions. One is that it should be a duly warned, or these 4 are that the voters must be duly warned in a warning. The warning must provide for an appropriation of funds. The warning must state the necessity of the social service, and the warning must state that the service will be for the benefit of the town residents. Essentially, he's saying we can meet these 4 points, these 4 elements, if the town instead starts to put an appropriation on future ballots or an article, on future ballots that would state, and this was the suggested language from the attorney, shall the voters of the town of Essex vote to appropriate, and then we would insert that sum of money equaling 1% of the total general fund budget to the Essex Human Services Contributions Fund to support nonprofit social service organizations, such amount being reasonably necessary and for the support of programs to benefit town residents. By doing this article, that would require the town to authorize the creation of a fund called whatever you want to call it. I called it Essex Human Services Contributions Fund. But that fund would continue to just be appropriated each year. The question going before the voters, if they vote yes on that, the money would go into that fund. And then from there, you can continue to do the same process that we do now, which is to seek out applications, go through a scoring process, and however we determine that the scoring would be done that year based on focus areas approved by the select board. So everything else would remain the same. The only piece in all of this that would change is that you would have an article on the ballot each year that would allow voters to vote on that 1% separately from the budget.
Board questions?
I have one. So it has to be yearly because the amount changes each year?
I don't think that's the reason behind it. I think the reason behind it is that it being a part of the budget is not pulled out enough to say this is why you're putting it in the budget, and that this is how it benefits residents. So to meet those last 2 criteria, the suggestion is to separate it out into a separate ballot item. The alternative to that, Don, would be that you could put separate contributions as separate articles on your ballot each year. And some towns do that. I will say, we get like 30 requests. So you're talking 30 articles, in 1 year. So, posed with that, suggestion from the attorney, I found the city of Montpelier has a community fund that operates very similar to what we do as far as having an application process. And, I showed this to the attorney and, asked, if instead, could we create a fund and have just one question that contributes to that fund, and then have clear guidelines that shows, how the applications are processed. And that's fine. That was actually, that passed with him, so. Go ahead.
Do we have a chicken and egg thing going by having a sum of money and then saying it's 1%? Because in case well, there's two things that I guess could happen. One is the budget fails. This passes and the budget fails, then you do another number. How does that work? And then the other is an agency can come in and petition to get on the ballot as a separate question, which would then be increase the budget by that amount if that passes. And so how do we? I'm a little confused by the picking the number.
Tammy, do you remember the answer to that question?
I think there's two questions there, right? So the first one is essentially if you pass, if say the budget fails, but then the voters do pass this particular question. That is a good question, only because we would be saying the words equaling 1% of the general fund budget. And then if it in fact does not equal that 1%, then what happens if they voted a number? I don't know. I mean, that would be something I'd have to follow up with Bill on. Maybe that wording, maybe it's supposed to just, maybe it would be more appropriate to just have a sum put in there. I don't know. But we can follow up on that. The second part of that question, there is wording, and I do know the city of Montpelier had it, and our attorney had told us that that would be good wording to adopt into our guidelines, which would state that in our guidelines we would say something along the lines that would say, under statute, anyone has the right to place funding initiatives on the ballot. However, to ensure municipal budget control and the integrity of the Essex Human Services funding process, grant funds are available only to those organizations and individuals who choose not to petition for funding through a ballot initiative in the same year. So there's that piece that we would be able to put in there. But as far as his response for what you would do if somebody did that in addition to that, he was saying you would probably want to have something in place that would say it would have to come out of that 1% community fund budget. Okay. So it wouldn't be above and beyond, like you could still have it come from that.
Yep. But then you still have the question of the budget fails and this passes.
Then and
the numbers won't match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think to that point, the equaling 1% of the total general fund budget, well, if the budget doesn't pass, we don't have a budget.
Right.
So when it finally does pass, I would think that 1% approval would then apply to whatever budget does eventually pass.
Perhaps you could add that wording in the article, equaling 1% of the total general fund budget if passed, or something along those lines, if approved.
Or the approved general fund budget.
If the general, I don't know, to work with it sounds like it's a wording issue with the article.
Or would you vote it again? I guess that's the other question. You could vote this question again with a new number in it. Does that become ugly?
Yeah. And I think what I would recommend is not to put an actual figure in there, but to just leave it as 1% of the approved general fund budget. So then any approval would just apply to when it does pass. But I think it's just I don't think we need to nail down the wording yet. I think we can get there should the select board want to move this forward.
That's correct. And the actual article wording would be on the warning when you're looking at all of the questions, and we would have time to consult with the attorney before then. The pieces that we really would need any kind of action on more immediately would be to create the fund, so that we have that in place, and I guess to place the article on, but that would be something you'd have at a later, like I say, at a later time. I think it's the end of January, and then that would be when you would be looking at that.
Yep. Kendall, did you have
I do have a couple concerns. I've been watching this with a number of towns, and the reason that they put the individual articles on the meeting is because there are more and more residents that might oppose one and support another one. So, and some of that comes back to the select board only has authority to do very specific things with taxpayer money. And some towns were giving money to organizations that the select board didn't have the authority to do that for. What I would suggest if we were to do this was that we would stop a year, take last year's budget, 1% of it, get the article all together like they present to the board with all the organizations and the amounts, and present that to the voters. Because then you're all covered by listing all of them in the association, and then those are coming out of the fund and it's done by the committee. It doesn't really do what a lot of the towns have been trying to do, which is to figure out exactly what the taxpayers want that appropriation to go towards. So that's my comment.
Andy?
The problem with that is that we get far more applications than we can fund, right? We get more requests than the budget, and so
Correct.
Yeah, and
if we,
well,
it'd be a lot more money.
Not necessarily. I'm not suggesting the town change its current process. It would still go to the committee. The committee would still narrow down its top picks for the amount of money that they have. But then that would be presented to the voters with the article.
So if we had a recommendation from the committee to fund 20 organizations, we would have 20 ballot items to vote on individually?
Not necessarily, or you could reference this to something like we do other articles that the organizations that were suggested by the committee, let the voters approve that. It's doing the same thing. It's just you're doing it ahead of time. So anybody has any questions about who are we sending this money to, they can go to the town website and like, okay, yep, here's all the list. Great.
And so, Kendall, what happens if there's 10 people out there that want 10 more things added to the list?
Now, I mean, because you've already gone through, the town has presented their article that they're going to present. I mean, all the towns that put the articles on, they don't put in every request they have. They just pick requests that the board or committee decide, well, that's a valid request, we'll put that on the ballot.
Ethan?
The other issue I have with that is that we don't usually have our designations done until the end of April or May.
Yeah, that's where you'd have to wait a year.
Yeah. So you think it's fair to ask some groups to wait for money for a year because we're changing?
You would use 1% of the previous budget, and then you would go into this year, and then you would present that article with that amount the following town meeting.
I think it would have the whole review would have to back up.
You're right.
In other words, timeline.
Yeah,
To
the
do-
timeline. You just would be doing it faster so that you had that information to the voters before you made the appropriation.
Ethan, you had a question.
Yeah, I just had a question. So let's just play a blind eye here. It's a kind of a question for you, Kendall. But if I go to the polls and I don't pay attention to anything going on all year, and I go to the polls and I get my ballot, and I see this question, where do I get a list of those 20 things? Are they going to be provided at the polls?
They could provide them in the town report if you wanted to. It would be just like any other article. We provide information on a capital tax. We provide information on any vote that we have.
But we're not going to mail town reports anymore because that was the wish of the select board.
Right, but
So-
still, anybody that wanted to, you can find it online.
And anybody could come to the meeting to oppose
And-
it when the select board's approving it.
And anybody could come to the meeting. But that's the whole point of where this question came about, was that boards were making these decisions. Sometimes the board didn't even have the authority to spend that taxpayer money to give it to these organizations. So that's what the whole question.
Yeah, and I think here in Essex, we do have a pretty robust review process. We have worked with these questions before about whether we can, whether we're allowed to, grant these monies to various organizations. So I guess I have some concerns about too much information as opposed to just asking, do you want this pot of money to go toward this purpose? And then us as members of the select board being held accountable to the voters. So if we're doing something that is against the will of, the voters of the town, like, that's going to play its course, right? And
I mean, every board has started to talk about this because boards have done this for years. Essex has been doing this for years and years, but they're finding out that the select board doesn't have the authority to spend some taxpayer money on certain charities. And that's why a lot of towns have just said, anybody that has a request, we're going to put an article. The board reviews the request. Some of the requests don't even get to be an article. The board decides, no, we're not going to do that. Or you could do it like Montpelier did, where you could use Essex program just the way it is now, all lined out. It's just you would present that to the voters. They found in most of the cases, the voters don't turn down the appropriation. They just want to know where their money is going. So, and they want to have a say into whether they approve that money going there or not. So.
any other board questions before we?
Just a clarification, are you asking for every appropriation to be an individual ballot item?
The only thing that this asks
No,
for.
I'm not of this. I'm asking of
Oh,
Kendall.
okay.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
The only thing would be a ballot item was the current list that they provide to the board of all of the money and all the organizations and the amounts. That would be the article. You would back your timeline up, you would present that as an article with that information so that any voter could go down and see exactly where the money's going before they vote for it. You're just moving the timeline and giving the voters a chance to approve it.
But that would be on the ballot, you're saying? Like every organization would be listed on the ballot?
No.
So
That's what you're saying.
yeah, I'm confused. Because that'd be the same as having a breakdown of public works on the ballot, because the voters want to know where every penny goes. You know what I mean? If you're looking for the information to be available before the election, theoretically it is, because the appropriation is for the following fiscal year. Yes, there's a 6-month overlap, but that appropriation is still for the following year.
Right, but the question isn't the money. The question is who is getting the money. And it's
Which-
like when you vote for a force main, you provide all that information and then you ask, shall we spend that much money for this job? And you're just providing the same information. And any information in those votes, you can go and read up about it. Where's the force main go? All the information, and then the voter has all the information to make the decision.
Right, so I
get it, yeah. I'm
I-
understanding.
I'm going to pull it back to what Tammy was suggesting and that we talked about earlier, is that we take this in two different parts. So the first part of the recommendation is to authorize creation of the Human Services Contribution Fund, which is kind of the first step in this. So we have a separate fund for these, and then we have time to talk about what goes on the ballot, how it's worded, timing, things like that. Is that okay with the board?
Kinda. I think it's more of a question of when the appropriations are to be made, and I think it's impossible to make the change this year. So and this is my opinion, but I think we need to move forward with what's proposed, and then the select board needs to make it a priority with staff to find out a way to make appropriations by November every year, instead of making them in March. And that's going to take at least a year to reach out to all and I don't know if that's possible to say November or December, but it would have to be minimum the end of December for town staff to reach out to all of the organizations who are applying yearly, and then they could come to us this following year after we create this and approve it for year one, and then they could say, okay, here's our list, we've vetted it. But how do you vet something that you don't know how much money you're getting?
Right, exactly.
So I'm
Exactly.
in a situation where if somebody has a severe problem with this, they need to come to a select board meeting. I mean, I hear all the time people have problems with many things that we talk about, and if you don't come to the meeting, your voice cannot be heard. I mean, it's I hate to be like that, but it's that simple. I mean, we could have a breakdown of everything. I think it's a strain. So I would move forward with the corrections that were proposed about the monetary line item to be removed and put to a simple 1% and vetted with town staff to.
Andy?
I thought there was something in there that stipulated that you actually had to have the exact amount so that it's not ambiguous to voters.
Right, I
But,
think we have
but that's
to
something
put
you
the
need,
amount, right.
something you need to look
I
at.
thought, well, that was
Yeah.
something the attorney
Yeah,
suggested,
yeah,
was that we
yeah.
put the sum of the amount in there.
Um,
But I could like to make a clarifying point, if I could. Right now, we have an application process going on right now, following the regular, like the policy we have now in place. We're currently receiving applications, and we will until February 15th to review and award the money that has already been approved last year in March. So in other words, you've already got a 1% pocket of money sitting there waiting for us to award by June. Okay, so nothing's going to mess up what we're currently doing. So I think that probably answers your first one of your points, right? So the next point then would be, so then how are we going to handle the next funding cycle as we're approaching putting together this year's budget? And so the suggestion was from the attorney to do a community, or to do a fund, and to with the voter being aware that if you put money into this fund, this is how this fund is going to get dispersed. It's going to be based on criteria that's in these guidelines, and they can see the policy, they can see all of the details on how you're going to go ahead and disperse that money. There's a couple of issues no matter which way you go with any of this. So for one, voters could vote that down, one question, and then you have no funding. You have nothing. Nobody's getting anything.
Yep.
But on the flip side to that, if we back up the timeline and we do the review earlier, like what you're saying, Kendall, and then have everybody approve it next year, in one question, they could shoot that down and nobody's getting anything because it's one question. So either way, you're still going to be having that same issue. Either way, you're still reviewing the applications the same way and proposing the same way that you do. So it's a matter of at what point are you seeking voter approval? And at the attorney's suggestion, you're seeking the voter approval at the point that you would place it into the fund that has a specific laid out purpose and can only be spent for this reason and based on your approved guidelines and policies.
See, and I would just comment that it's rather unusual that you're trying to spend money during a budget year, but you explained that the money that's in the fund that you're distributing is actually from last year's budget.
Correct.
So you're already doing that. So the only add that you need to do is just list somewhere for the voters to approve it before you spend the money. Right now, we do that in May, and you would just move that back, like Ethan said, where you do it November or December, where it would be part of your budget process.
Yeah, we're going to miss that cutoff now, though, because the applications are open till February 15th. So we're going to be way past beyond knowing what that's going to be for this cycle. So if you were to do it the way you're talking, we would actually have to hold out a year, I think. But I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to do it, though, this year.
I'm 100% confident that the voters of Essex are going to approve this. It's just that there's so much information out there. So many towns have gotten in trouble because they haven't done it, that we should do what we are supposed to do when it comes to awarding the appropriations.
Public comment?
Yes. Is there any public comment on this item? I do not see any. Bringing it back to the board.
Dawn's
Oh,
see Dawn.
Dawn, go ahead.
We have very strict guidelines when these people apply, as to what they need before they even apply. And the information, once it's approved, is available on the town website. I like the idea of creating the fund, and I like the idea of creating an article that's 1% of this fund. I don't think we need to name names on the ballot. If people are interested in where it goes, they can go to the website and see. Because there's a lot of work that goes into this, and Tammy does, 90% of it. And I don't think it's fair to add on to what she's already doing.
Second.
Andy, go ahead.
I make the motion that the select board authorize the creation of a human services contributions fund.
Second.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Dawn. Final discussion?
And this is just for creating the fund, right?
Yep.
Not
Just
how it
for-
gets spent.
Just the
for
fund,
creating
creating the fund.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Dawn, were you an aye?
I said aye, yeah.
Okay, sorry, it's hard to hear. Motion carries 5-0. We now have authorized the creation of the Human Services Contribution Fund. Are there any additional items for this agenda topic, or are we ready to move on?
There are proposed changes to the policy.
Mm-hmm.
The distribution.
Are we, where are we at with the article?
The article, we don't
Need anything today?
we don't need anything tonight. We have until the end of January to warn that. However, there is a proposed changes to the Human Services Funding Distribution Policy.
Can I ask a question? Tammy, does the changes to the policy just reflect the fact that now we would now have a fund? So
Right. So I was just reading that to see if that would, no matter which way, if you went the way
Would
that
it-
Kendall is talking or the other way, I think it still would apply because it would change the wording.
Proposed appropriation.
It would simply say that the contribution fund is presented to the town of Essex. Let me see. The proposed appropriation to the Human Services Contribution Fund is presented to Town of Essex residents during the annual meeting in March of each year as an article separate from the proposed budget. The article must be duly warned as an appropriation of funds and must state the necessity of the funds as providing support for social services for the benefit of Essex residents. So essentially, it's just reiterating those 4 points that the attorney wants us to make no matter what we do.
But it does reference that it's a separate item on the ballot, yes.
But does it? I'm just trying to decide whether we should approve it tonight or wait until we figure out what the article is going to look like.
You could wait. This
Okay.
is not going to apply to this year's cycle, so this could wait.
Okay.
Okay. So we have the policy and the ballot question that are still
Yep.
outstanding.
Right.
Okay. Is the board ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. Tammy, thank you,
Okay.
as always.
Should I just for clarification, I'm going to seek out a little further information on how to word this ballot article, possibly, or is there anything else I'm tasked to do here, or?
I think, yes, it's at some point we will need to discuss actual wording on the ballot. So some opinion from the town attorney on, the amount, the 1%, how that happens
Okay.
would be helpful.
Okay. Will do.
Right.
And if we need to list the direct amount, is that kind of just a standalone question on its own, possibly?
The direct amount.
Yeah, like if we have to put an amount on there, or we can say 1%.
Okay.
One or, and or.
In the event that this passes and the budget does not.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure I have my homework straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Tammy. Next up, consider support of application for State Village Center designation. Good evening.
So I'm very excited to actually be here talking about this. The ETC Next plan, followed by our town plan, has a task for us to consider state designations. And there are several different state designations. The easiest one, which is what we're going for, hopefully, is the Village Center designation for historic Essex Center. And in the packet, there's a bunch of information. You maybe got lost in some of the historic part of it if you started looking at it at all. But I included all the application materials for this the village designation. And I think the map of the borders is probably worth talking about, how those really were, how the borders were chosen. And I think I went into that a bit in the memo. Several weeks ago, I met with a couple of folks from the state, and we went out and walked around and looked at things that are parts of Essex Center that really would represent what a village is. And the village has, and this I know is in your memo, a village has a definition in state statute. And so it's kind of what you'd think it would be. It's really something that is walkable. So you would have sidewalks, probably have some lighting. Buildings would be closer to the road. Often you have historic buildings there, and maybe a historic district. There also would be a mix of uses. So definitely some commercial uses along with residential uses. You'd have some civic presence, and so whether that be the government or could be the schools, churches, and so Essex Center has all those things. And the reason why we stopped, say, like right before Price Chopper or Market 32, is that does not have village characteristics. It's a strip mall essentially with a parking in the front, so it would not qualify to be in the village center. But there are commercial businesses right before there that are smaller, that are locally owned, that really would apply. And then going down Towers Road, the reason why we stopped right after, or right at Memorial Hall, is that once you get past there, it's just residences really. You don't have a lot of commercial activity. And then going up to the school, that is not historic by any means, but it is one of those civic presence. And then going down, really ending at the church, that St. Pius Church. Again, that's a civic use. So advantages of a village center designation are really, there are actually quite a few, but one of the big ones for any sort of business or a nonprofit, and historic buildings are tax credits that through the state. So that could be for historic structures, doing work on them, and like upgrading facade or even internal work. There could be work done to make something ADA accessible. Mixed use buildings are eligible for this as well, or also a multifamily residence would be eligible. A single family home is not eligible for tax credits, nor are municipal buildings. So unfortunately, like our public works and library and Memorial Hall will not be eligible. We're also eligible for a couple grants that we can't apply for now. If we do have a village center designation, we could get them. We also have a better likelihood to get a state grant if we have a village center designation. And then we could also go for a neighborhood development area designation, which is the next one of the other ones that's recommended in the town plan, but would be outside of the village center borders. But that would be a lot more for more development, where the village center is more for kind of maintaining that historic character of what we have. But the NDA would allow for reductions in review and funding, and Act 250 reductions for affordable housing, which is a big one. So I also wanted to note that the a village center designation does not really put any limitations on any property owners or any structures. So it's not getting any extra protection or any restrictions to or to not do something. So really, it's I think a win-win for us. So one of the application requirements is for the select board to approve the application for the village center designation. So once I have, if I have your blessing on this, I can submit this application at January 6th, and then it would be before the board on, I believe it's the 27th of January. So my hope this evening is that you all would agree to let us go forward by signing the resolution that's in that packet.
Any questions? Comments?
Me.
Go ahead, Don.
Catherine, thank you for posting all those pictures. They brought back a lot of memories. I was curious as to why the old train station wasn't included in the town center. That's my first question.
I asked about that, and I think the reason is that there's kind of a big gap.
Because of the houses in between
Yeah.
where it is.
So, and I should note that it's very possible to change these boundaries. At some point, we say that, we really should have put a property in. We can change the boundaries. It sounds like that's done regularly enough. And yeah, if we can justify it, we could change the borders.
And I would wholly support us supporting this application. I think it's a wonderful opportunity.
Kendall?
Will this improve or delay any further designations if this one is approved?
No, it would allow us to do the neighborhood development area designation. So if we have to do this one first, and then we can get that one. The other one is the new town center designation that we've talked about, and that's more for really our core area, so where the municipal site is, as well as across the street in that area. That process is much more complicated, and there was legislation passed last year that I think Charlie Baker, is that his name, from
Yes.
the CCRPC, came in and spoke about that. So the designation program is actually changing in a year. The good thing about us getting this designation now is that it's grandfathered in, and we would consider it automatically to be a tier 1B area, if you remember these designations. If we were to try to do the new town center in a year, that would also be true there, but it's really complicated, that application. Tried to get a municipal planning grant last year for it, and we weren't able to get it. But had we gotten it, then we would be going forward with that one too.
Thank you.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Any public comment on the village center designation? Not seeing. Hubie, come on up.
Oh, to your right, I got it.
Oops.
Does this designation, Ken Signorello is my name, does this designation help apply for conserving historic buildings, grants and that sort of thing?
Well, there would be funding for tax credits to do that kind of thing. There are some grants that are available that we would probably get a priority for. I don't know of any of them particularly off the top of my head. I'm not sure there's a historic preservation grant, but there's probably some program that
Designation might add some clout.
Absolutely, yeah.
The Conservation and Trails Committee has actually started to, as part of our mission, if you look at our mission statement, is architectural also. So we've been thinking about some historic buildings that might be worthy of conserving. Definitely go for it.
Thanks.
Yeah, just for those that don't know, I'm Hubie Norton, that this is what goes around, comes around. There used to be a village of Essex Center. It was established in 1949. by an act of the legislature. It had full village capabilities. It could have had a police department, fire department, the whole 9 yards. They only wanted a fire district. They never had an office. Dawn knows it well. Her dad was the main man there. And in 1972, the village was actually dissolved as the town took over the water district. So it's interesting that we're reestablishing the village of Essex Center, but it's kind of like it's a little bit different deal. But anyway, it's just a point of interest that there used to be a village of Essex Center. Pat Scheidel always said he thought it was the shortest living village ever created in the state of Vermont. But anyway, point of interest.
Thanks, Hubie. Not seeing any hands online. I don't see any others in the room, so we'll bring it back to the board. Ethan?
I just had a question. If I had looked for any requirements, but there's no benefit to having any open land in your village designation.
No, it's it's really more about, I think my memo summarizes a little bit, like there's a list of things that they're looking for. And so it's really more of a compact developed area versus having
Historically.
Yeah, historic, and then whether it, having the municipal or civic presence as well.
And that's going to be my next question, was the red lines in the map with the historic, I don't know what.
Horse Historic District.
So that's what it used to be?
So.
Because one property connects directly to the train station.
So those structures aren't there anymore, though.
Okay.
So if you look at that map, there's also like a building next to Memorial Hall that's not there, or two, I think, actually. So some of those structures, that I think those maps and pictures were from the 70s.
In the current map that you drew here?
Yeah. So
if you look at Weston's property, where the residence is, actually the neighboring property, but that original property is directly connected to the backside of the train station, which is also connected to town-owned land, because the town owns that right away right there between. There's a thin stretch between Towers Road. There's a stretch that looks like a road that connects to Forey Lane. And that's actually town-owned property that connects to it's marked as historic district. But I was just curious what.
So it doesn't have to follow the boundaries of the historic district. So the historic district is more just, it's a characteristic of what a village would be. But the map doesn't, the map and the district do not need to match up.
Okay. I was just noticing that the forest land and things like that were left out of it, but if that's not part of the designation,
it's not really supposed to be. But and at some point, if for some reason we think that should be in there, like I said, we could change the boundaries. But I do know that when I go before the board that reviews this, they really do have some strict criteria from past precedent, as well as what the definitions are that I was advised. Really it should stop where it's stopping. So I'm under that recommendation, decided not to expand it further.
So to change it in the future, does that require you to go back to the state to change the designation? It's not just an update of our own maps?
Right, it would be before the state. And it would not be as complicated as a new application.
Good.
Yeah.
Any other questions, or would someone like to
make a comment that the irony is not lost on me that we had one village secede and now we're going to have another one.
Well, and I think the difference is that this isn't forming an actual village municipality. This is just having a village designation.
Right.
But yes. Andy.
I make the motion that the select board sign the attached resolution agreeing to and supporting the application for a village center designation for historic Essex Center.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second, Dawn? Second. Thank you, Dawn. Final discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next on our agenda, discussion potential action regarding the mailing of town meeting day ballots.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi.
So I'm going to speak to this tonight. Jen, who is stepping in for Nanette, wasn't able to be here. So I'll be speaking to this in the dog license memo. So in working with her, I understand that there's two choices before the board. One that she's asking you to make a decision on tonight. One is who receives ballots by mail. And the second is whether return postage comes with that ballot. It sounds like last year the board opted to direct staff to mail a ballot to those who had requested it, as well as include return postage. So that's the staff recommendation in front of you. Ultimately, you could choose to mail a ballot to all registered voters. And so there's some cost information in here about what that would include. Approximately $10,000 for all voters, including return postage, gets you up to around $15,000. Given the budget is around $3,900, she's recommending that we stick with who has received it in the past, which is those who have requested it, and to include return postage to make it easier to vote for those folks who have made that request. So I'm happy to answer questions if you have them, but I think that's the gist of the recommendation from Jen.
Okay. Ethan.
I'm going to make the same case that I made last year, and I'm going to first start off by saying that I think it was a great success for mailing ballots to those who requested them by absentee, and I am going to show my support as I came up with the idea that we do return postage, because I believe that all elections are very important, and as a civic duty of being a community member, I think it's very important that we include all to participate, and I strongly believe that providing return postage, it plays an essential role for those who cannot either make it to the polls or have the resources to participate in that duty. And for the 400 voters, less than 400 voters that needed and utilized the program, I think it's well worth the $664. And I'm in full support of approving absentee ballots with return postage.
Thank you, Ethan. Any other thoughts?
I'm going to put a plug in. I think we should send ballots to all registered voters. I think that's the sign of the times. I will admit that last year, the whole school board issue voting, I did have a sour taste because they mailed ballots to all the voters, and then they only had the voters that could make it to the polls. And there was obviously a big difference between the folks that voted. And I think in this day and age, when you have everybody sending out ballots to everybody to vote, that you have a lot more voter participation. And the amount of money that you're spending on that compared to some of the money that we spend on things is a drop in the bucket. So that's my plug.
Andy, Don, thoughts?
I think it's a waste of money to mail them to everybody, because if people really want to vote, they're going to request a ballot. That's the way it should be. We shouldn't be spending $15,000 for 75% of the people are just going to toss it in the trash. So, my feelings.
With return postage, there's about, what's that, 69 cents a ballot thrown in the recycling bin. I know I throw mine away. I actually don't throw mine away. I bring it to the poll and recycle it at the school, but there is that added.
Yeah.
Thoughts, or should I turn it over to public comment?
I'm good.
Okay. Any public comment on this item? Ken, come on up.
Big chair. I support the absentee ballot route. Well, the return postage, I think, is a good thing to have. If somebody asks for an absentee ballot, having the return postage would be very helpful. And sending ballots to all registered voters, that seems excessive to me. Return postage, very excessive. considering our budget situation and the unknown school taxes that we're going to be getting hit with, I think the conservative route is the way to go. Thanks.
Thanks, Ken. I don't see any hands up online. There's nobody scrambling to the microphone to speak in the room, so I'll bring it back to the board. Does somebody like to make a motion?
Make the motion, the select board, I don't have it in front of me, but authorize the town of Essex to approve mailing or approve absentee ballots with return postage.
And
If that's clear enough, that's not clear at all. I'm sorry.
I've got it in front of me. You want me to read it?
Yeah, I couldn't find the memo. All I have is just the discussion topic.
Okay, I make the motion that the select board authorize mailing of ballots only to those who have requested a ballot and to include return postage for voted ballots.
Second.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Dawn, for the second. Are we ready for the question? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, nay.
Nay.
Because we have a remote member, we need to do a roll call. Ethan?
Aye.
Kendall?
Nay.
Andy?
Aye.
Dawn?
Aye.
And I'm voting aye. Motion carries 4-1. Next up, dog licenses.
Me again. So, thank you for that. Just before you move on, Jen wanted to make it clear that folks can request that ballot by going online, calling the office, or coming in person. And there's also a quick link on the website. So, moving to dog licenses. So the genesis of this coming before the board was the state has voted to increase the amount that municipalities must remit to the state per dog, effective January 1st. And so we recently found out about that when we looked at revisiting the fees for dog licenses to make sure that we were continuing to receive the same revenue for the licensing process. We learned that we hadn't updated those numbers since 2017. And in that time, we've had a better tracking system for understanding what town staff is spending on that effort. So they're mailing them, they're receiving mail, they're answering questions, and the costs of postage alone are around $600. So in looking at that, as well as what other communities are charging for dog licenses, we have a proposal for you to update the dog license fee schedule. Ultimately, I'll read for you the proposal. Right now, dog licenses are $9 prior to April 1st for a spayed or neutered animal, and they're $13 for a non-spayed or neutered animal. After April 1st, which is the deadline, there's a $2 and a $4 surcharge on those costs. So there's 847 dogs in town, and staff estimates they spend about 70 hours a year managing that process. So the proposal in front of you is for that January 1st to April 1st timeline. We'd go to $15 for a spayed and neutered animal and $17 for a non-spayed or neutered animal. After April 1st, those would go to $17 and $21. There's also a number for new dogs that would remain the same as that January for April, that 15 to 17. And then after October 1st, because it's only good through the end of the year, or through the beginning of April, it's a reduced cost of $11 and $15. So you can see the comparison in the chart with some neighboring communities just to make sure that we're understanding what other communities are charging for this service. And so if you have questions, happy to answer them for you, or try to.
Questions, comments, general thoughts?
I just think the fees are a little low for the non-spayed.
Okay.
They seem to be only Westford less, right?
As proposed, I do believe Essex Junction is also lower.
Junction is less too.
Yeah. They'll be bringing theirs up in the new year too, but this reflects this chart.
Andy?
So are the fees based on our costs, or is it because we've now got that charter provision that allows us to charge different fees? Are we throwing in poop bags that we provide?
It's a good question. I think they're available at the counter. I don't think we mail those to folks.
No, we
who
don't.
submit.
But there's we have $35,000 in the budget that we pay for mutt mitts. I just guessed that number. I'm not sure. I think it is on that order though.
35,000? 100.
I think it's. I don't know.
I remember asking about it. Greg went out and grabbed the poop bags.
Yeah. They're actually but so what are we covering with this? Because we do have that charter provision now that allows us to charge fees. But I assume that there's some you need to cover your costs, but it's not you're not, the intent isn't to make money, right? It's to cover your costs.
Right. If I may, in working with Jen, we looked at what the cost of providing this service was, and the fees come to around 60% of that cost. We felt like that was an appropriate recommendation because people are required to do this. It's not something that they can opt out of.
Okay.
So we felt like 60% was a fair cost recovery model. I can certainly look at
you
other
don't want to
percentages.
discourage people from
Right.
licensing their dogs.
Yeah.
And I guess the other question is, for the new dogs, for the last 3 months of the year, it costs us the same to process, but we're charging lower fees. I guess it's because it's just for 3 months. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It'd be painful to pay for a whole year and only, yeah.
Yeah. To hear from us again a couple months later.
They would probably just wait a couple months and then register the dog late.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Bad idea. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, to your point though, I recently got commercial license for meat this year from the state, and I got it in September. It was $150. Well, guess what? It expires December 31st, and they didn't give me any discount. They want another $150. So, but it's a one-time thing. I think it's beneficial in their setup that maybe somebody moved here in that month and registered their dog when they moved here, they wouldn't have to pay the whole lump sum, on the. But maybe that's something for consideration, where if somebody's registered their dog before and they failed to re-register until those later months, maybe there isn't the lower rate. I don't know if that's considered in the chart method there.
Yeah, so sorry.
No, please.
So in that same chart for new dog licenses, January to September is the full amount, and then starting October 1 would be the decreased amount for the new ones. For new ones, basically it's the same as renewals, because it's for the full term.
Okay, so if you didn't renew is April 1 the cutoff?
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't renew by April 1, that's where the extra fee is, the 17 and the 21?
Yes.
Okay. I was looking at the other.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
In working with Jen, she noted that there isn't a penalty. So if someone skips a year and then comes back, if they had a dog in 23, they skipped 24 and then came in 25, there's no penalty for that. We talked about that, and she said that's pretty customary and that they wouldn't want to discourage people
From
coming back.
Right.
Because there's kind of an incentive not to.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment, if there is any, for the dog license item. Not seeing anybody online. Ken?
I have 3 dogs. A question and a comment. A higher price for the non-spayed, I think another $3 or so would be appropriate. I think it's really important to encourage people to spay and neuter their dogs. And is this a system of an April 1st cutoff? Is that pretty universal? Why? I have clients that do billing, and I come in now, I'm good for a year, regardless of when I come in. So what is the story there? Why are we using it? Is it necessary to have a single date cutoff? can you at the very least do it on a monthly basis where a person comes in, they buy a license, it's for a year from that month? That is my question.
Isn't April 1st set by statute?
Is that
That's
the
what I'm
problem?
Googling.
Oh.
It looks like it, yes.
Pretty
I
sure
don't
it's
know.
Okay.
set by
Well, that answers that
Yeah.
question. State makes it horrible. Not surprised. Yeah, just so then, yeah, I would encourage an increase of, as Kendall was suggesting, a higher fee for the non-neutered and non-spayed dogs.
What is the board's pleasure?
Make the motion that the select board set the dog licensing fees as recommended in the above memo.
Thank you. Ethan, is there a second?
I'll second it. But I do want to make a comment.
Okay, go for it.
We just talked about potentially having higher fees for non-spayed. Do we want to roll that in here or have some discussion? We wouldn't, because this is January 1st, so we need to do something. We should do something at this meeting.
Yep.
I guess I would ask the question: what do we feel about the higher fee for non-spayed?
Are you still seconding the motion?
Yes, I'm still seconding
Okay.
it so we can have a discussion.
Okay.
So the discussion we could amend the motion to increase the non-spayed by, $3 or $4. I don't know what the $3 I see from.
Yeah.
Ethan?
I'm just gonna go on the whim of somebody who has a lot of animals that aren't dogs, but for somebody to be in control of their animal, I don't think it's right for the select board to discriminate on whether or not they chose to spay their dog, because a responsible animal owner is going to have maintained control of their animal. So this would only apply in cases where a negligible owner would not have control of their animal, and a non-spayed or neutered dog would create a potential issue which would be dealt with by animal control and other outlets already. So I wouldn't discourage ownership or base fees on how somebody would like to raise their animal. But
Kendall, Dawn, thoughts?
No, I don't know. It seems a lot of the issues are caused by the non-spayed or neutered animal, hence the higher cost, I assume. So, and you do want to encourage owners to spay or neuter their animal.
Dawn, any thoughts?
Oh, I see both sides of the picture, sorry. I think though that the proposed rates are enough to differentiate. I wouldn't change the rates at this point. They can always be revisited next year, is that correct?
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Could I
I
follow?
would vote the way they're proposed and then change and then revisit it later on.
Yeah, could I follow up with that? I would like to know a little bit more about the actual costs, revenues versus costs.
Sure.
We have. So.
Yeah, and it would be interesting to get the data behind, animal involvements,
Yeah.
and whether they are spayed or neutered, because I don't know if that data currently exists.
Yeah.
So it would be
I
a good
don't
data
know
point to
either.
have to base a decision on.
I just assume that's why the cost is consistently higher.
All right, so there is a motion and a second. Is everybody ready for the question? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries 5-0. We have dog licenses.
Just increased our revenue.
Next up is our continued work session on fiscal 26 budget.
Let me just kick this off. The next three items kind of all tie in together, as you may have seen as you start reading through the packet. The fiscal year 26 budget, the fiscal year 26 capital budget and 5-year plan, and the fund balance. And they all kind of play together, I'd argue even a little bit more this year than in past years, at least with the current proposal by staff. So we set it up to start talking about the fiscal year 26 budget first. I think that's kind of where we have the most information, most up-to-date information, most accurate stuff for you to present and talk about. The discussions about the capital and fund balance are a little bit more conceptual at this point, and depending on feedback we get tonight and the direction you want to go with all three, we can start to kind of finalize and hone in for the January 6th meeting. So with that in mind, my proposal would be to start and run through the fiscal 26 budget and run through some of the changes that staff has made based on feedback from the board, and kind of let you know where we're at this point. And if that's okay, I'll start with the bad news before I turn it over to Dan. I'll take the
Okay.
the bad news. We did hear from Green Mountain Transit. I know we talked last time we met about level funding Green Mountain Transit, and we could come up with the money if the dues came in as assessed at that $92,000. If it came in less from a service reduction, then we wouldn't be on the hook for quite as much. Green Mountain Transit gave us their formal letter today for the dues assessment. It does say in there, and Karen and I double checked, statute does require us to raise that amount through the budget. So factor about $20,000 more into what you see here. That would bring the tax rate increase up to, I think it's 5.07%, so just over 5%. So it's about $20,000. So keep that in mind based on what you see in front of you tonight. The good news is that we get it down to about 5%.
Yeah. So to kind of take you through the board packet piece of it, so this is on page 182. Obviously, you see that updated chart. The largest changes are really our treatment of operating transfers to capital. And this was addressed in kind of two steps. The first was level funding from $571,000 previously proposed down to $466,000. And then taking another step, and this ties in with capital transfers overall in the capital budget as well. Taking another $250,000 out of the operating transfers to capital here, so really reducing the total budget effect down to 2.72% change here, and then potentially using $250,000, that $250,000 making up for it in capital through the use of fund balance, which, as Greg alluded to, it's kind of all connected in later presentations here. As you see, there's a list of about 10 or 12 items that have been changed through this process since our last meeting on December 2nd to get us near that 5% tax rate increase number. There are a few items that have been left that the staff has not recommended at this time, which is on the bottom of page 183. And then there's several items, 7 or 8 or so, that are on page 184 that are kind of on the table maybe to consider if we want to fine-tune the budget increase or the tax rate increase as they stand right now. So I don't know if we want to kind of dig down and focus on any of those in particular, or if you have a certain question about what's been changed so far.
Ethan?
I just have a question about the proposal to use the fund balance for the capital. And my question there is that does not reduce the budget. Right? That removes the impact this year and applies it next year. If we say that we are going to budget perfectly, I'm not saying correctly, perfectly, right? We're gonna have to raise $250,000 next year in taxes. Automatically today. We can plan for $250,000 in increases next year. Am I correct?
If you talk about just this budget, yes.
Okay.
Part of that capital proposal is that we're proposing as staff that we increase the capital tax from 3 cents to 5 cents.
And that'll raise $250,000?
That will raise a little bit more than $250,000.
About $325,000 would be the number.
$325,000. If you want to make up that 250, it's 1.54 cents is the increase to capital. So that's where all these things tie in together a bit more than normal. So yeah, this is one of the ideas that came up recently about let's eliminate that use of fund balance to reduce the tax rate. Let's instead apply that towards capital,
Okay.
but reduce the capital by 250 from the operating transfers.
Right.
Then raise the capital tax by at least 1.54. We're recommending 2 cents to offset that. Part of the reasoning is it's something you've been talking about and for the past couple of years about how do we reduce reliance on the operating transfers and put it into the capital tax. We see this as an opportunity to do that while also having some fund balance available in case that vote fails. And so it's sort of going to our voters, we're looking to take it out of operating, raise it through the capital tax, the same amount of money, a little bit more actually to catch up, but at least the same amount of money. Hopefully that passes, and then we can get a sense from voters that they're supportive of that direction. If it doesn't pass, we do have the fund balance to make up the difference this year, and then next year, yes, we would be probably raising that back up $250,000, or at least proposing that in the capital, in the transfers. Does that make sense? There's a lot.
Yeah, kinda, but I'm gonna follow up with the second half of my question there is that in the fund balance memo, right, let me get back to it here. I just scrolled way too far the wrong way. Where's the clear number?
We don't have an exact number.
We don't have
That's
a
what's
clear
not
number.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Okay.
Which I'm confident saying it's several $100,000.
How many several? 4? 5?
That's what I want to make sure the presentation is good. Dan's numbers match up with the auditors. We're pretty confident, but from a presentation standpoint, I wanted to make sure you're seeing it, digesting it easily, and then we can talk about what that number is.
So we don't know what the number is? Because
I want to wait until January 6th before
for
giving you a
certain.
number.
Doesn't want to say in
so you want to approve the budget before we?
No.
No.
No, still.
So we're not
working.
approving anything until after January 6th.
Correct.
Okay, because a lot of my proposals are reflective of the fund balance that we're going to maintain from this past year, right? And if those came to fruition to the sum of $500,000, we have a problem, right? And we need to change how we're operating in our budget to eliminate that sum. Because I hear it, I get it, but I've lived here and I've paid taxes here for 6 years, and there hasn't been a single year that has not happened. We are the change that needs to happen. We can work together to create it. We need to find a solution. Spending pre-approved taxpayer money is not the solution. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all I gotta say today. You guys can read my comments and have your ways of yes or no. You know what I have proposed. You know how I feel about everything. I don't need to go back and forth with everybody. I just wanted to spurt it out at the beginning and listen because I don't have the energy in me and it's already 9 o'clock.
So if I can jump in, I will say for the fund balance, there's 2 main drivers this year. One is interest income, interest revenue, which is Kendall. And that was because if you remember, we had budgeted fiscal year 24, we had budgeted $17,000 for interest revenue. Dan and Kendall had the idea to invest more of that or Kendall had the idea and Dan did it, to invest that money in CDs. We generated 350.
I think it was about 358,000 last year. Yeah.
We're now budgeting for that.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's
So that's part of the
Lower
reason.
taxes.
So we're now budgeting for that. That money that excess is not going to be there in the future. The second biggest piece is, if you remember last year, we, as part of our proposal to get down below 5% tax rate increase, we adjusted the way we do health insurance benefits, group insurance. We used to budget everybody who was opting out, we would budget them on a single person plan so that if they ever opted back in, we would take less of a hit. Did some research, found out that that rarely happens. So we're not budgeting that way anymore, but we had in fiscal year 24. That was savings of another $200,000, yes. $200,000.
Yeah.
So those are your 2 big drivers. There's some other accounts that were overspent and some that were underspent, and that's going to be the whole number. But I think to your point, Ethan, 2 of the big drivers of the past few years are now going to be, they're gone in fiscal year 25, and they're going to be gone in fiscal year 26.
And I hope you're right, but
Me
I'll
too.
believe it when I see it.
Me too.
Andy?
So on the 250,000 switcheroo, where we, instead of using fund balance to buy down tax rate, we used fund balance to pay 250,000 of the capital transfers, but do it outside of the budget. I was the one that suggested that solely because there's a $2,500 reduction in human services if you do that. So instead of, because any dollar that you pass through the budget has a 1% tax or bump to cover human services. And so now I'm seeing that my suggestion to do that has caused a huge panic in it looking like we're reducing capital transfers, and that, as Ethan alluded to, yeah, we're going to have to put that $250,000 back in, but we're going to have to do that anyway if we left things the way they were, because we're using $250,000 of fund balance to buy down the tax rate. And so I'm going to withdraw my support for pulling the capital transfers out and the fund balance buy down out if it's going to cause a huge panic so that everybody thinks we need to then this year increase our capital tax. So I asked Greg the question, and he said, yeah, that the fact that our operating transfers are going to be what, 216, is that what it says here?
Yes. Yep.
And then they're going to need to go up to 600 or more next year, and we'd have to that's a but that bite hits us either way. It either hits us in the fact that we're not, because we're buying down the tax rate with fund balance, it should be a wash. And so I'm a little unhappy that we suddenly now think we need a tax increase, and using the fact that we pulled we potentially are going to pull $250,000 of capital transfers out of the budget as a reason to justify a tax increase. I say put it back and pay the $2,500 in human service funding, and reduce the panic around public or capital transfers. So, am I wrong?
No, I think they're two perfectly valid ways to do it. Do you want to reduce the use of fund balance or bring up capital? And I'm not phrasing that exactly right, but I think, yeah, you're presenting two different options that are both perfectly valid. I would rephrase or word things a little bit differently if I was speaking, and I forget your exact words, but I wouldn't say we're using it as, I forget what word you used, the reason to increase the tax rate. I think we've shown you for the past couple of years that the capital budget is underfunded, and I completely get and understand the desire to wait for reappraisal. There's also been talk about, do we stop doing operating transfers to capital and just tax that with what we need through the capital tax? We've been wary of doing that all at once in case it fails, then we have a huge gap. So I think this is, when we talked about this before we proposed it to you, we sort of saw it as kill a few birds with that one stone. And it brings the tax rate down, it reduces the use of fund balance to reduce the tax rate, it eliminates that, and it gives an opportunity to figure out how it's going to land with the voters to make that shift from operating to capital.
Yeah, and I think that just to add on to that a little bit, I mean, the operating budget and capital will never be completely separate. But this adds, at least from my perspective, it adds a level of transparency so that voters know I'm voting, this is a vote for future funding for capital expenses. And I know that there's not going to be that like play. Some people can say that it's behind the scenes. They don't know. It's hiding things, but it's right out there. It's in the open. There is the capital budget. We are appropriately budgeting the capital tax to fund that. Not 100%. Understanding there's still more to do, but I think it does add a level of transparency to what is going to which bucket. Kendall.
So I have some things for the board to consider. Go back in time first. Back in 2006, in town meeting, they voted to increase the capital tax. For the first time they'd done it. We don't know when they did it first. The very following year was when they did their first reappraisal. They voted on the capital tax then because they knew after reappraisal, chances of the voters approving a capital tax increase was probably not going to be great. I mean, so I would go back to my original proposal with the budget that we pull out all of the capital transfers from the operating budget. We leave the $250,000 fund balance in the budget because that fund balance is basically made up of a lot of things that eventually are going to be eaten up in the budget. So it should stay with the budget. And increase the capital tax to where it needs to be after reappraisal, which is like 5.5 cents, 6 cents. I think you provided me an email that shows 6 cents after reappraisal will generate about 1.4 million, which is what we need for capital, all capital. So then you're funding all of your capital costs and your capital budget out of your capital tax. You also have the benefit this year with your current budget. You can reduce the budget down to 1-2% increase, which is unheard of right now. Towns are looking at 10-20% increases because of the floods and expenses. If Essex comes in with an increase of the budget of 2 or 3%, and it asks the voters to approve a capital tax to fund the capital, I can't believe the voters would turn it down. It's just common sense. I would really like the board to consider that. That would eliminate the funding shortfalls that we've had for a decade or more in capital. And we're getting further and further behind.
Thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, but if you're wrong, we get no capital that year. You know, we just get the 3 cents. If you take all the transfers out of here, then you don't get any capital. And my sense is that people may be itching to vote budgets down this year.
I would agree if the budget has.
So to make a big leap like that and take the risk that, say, sure, I'll pass a 2% budget increase, but I ain't taking that big capital increase, and then you're more behind than if we left it alone.
I can't see the voters doing that. As far as I can remember, I don't believe the Essex voters have ever turned down a capital project that has made good sense, common sense.
Well, when was the last time Essex voted on a school budget too? And it happened last year.
But for the first time ever.
Yeah.
But if you look at what they presented as a school budget, it was a huge increase. And that's the thing that we have going for us this year is right now you're only looking at a 5% increase, right?
Well, they're guaranteed 2.5% next year. Yes, you're correct. That's 7.5%. You're approving a 7.5% increase, and that's the way I'm going to portray it to the public because it's the truth.
That's fine, but you're shifting over that 5% that you would ordinarily put in a budget that the board historically cuts capital. You're shifting it over to a capital tax, which I voted on that original capital tax, and the intention was that was supposed to fund capital projects to eliminate a lot of these big budget transfers. Because when you leave capital transfers in the budget, boards always take the easy route and reduce the capital. We'll make it up next year. And we don't. It's been almost 20 years since we increased the capital tax last year. 20 years. So that's my big plug. This is an opportunity that the board has with the budget this year that is not going to come again.
Ethan?
Yeah, I mean, since we're going to go down the capital road, I mean, especially speaking for somebody who pays a lot based on assessed value, the reappraisal will make up for a large sum of money, right? We don't know exactly how much yet. It's to be.
I've got an email right here that shows I specifically asked staff to tell me.
I can't tell you
what the 5 cents were based on what they expect the grand list to go. They can't tell you exact, but I can tell you they can tell you pretty close. They're ballpark.
I'm gonna use myself for an example because I put an addition on my house and built 2 more barns, right? Before the reappraisal, before being assessed with all my neighbors equally, my property value went up almost $100,000 from what I did. You know how many people in the last 10, 12, was it 12 years, right? 7, 8, 9? I don't even know anymore because I've heard so many things. That money is gonna be created, okay? The underlying problem in this budget, in this new proposed packet, $250,000. No if you read you can go through and read the reductions. Find a reduction over $2,500 other than the professional services in the fire department. Okay. There's no reductions in this budget. There's $250,000 that got moved to capital with fund balance. So there's a 7.5%. It's simple math. I mean, they give us a 7% increase. They come to us now and say we got a 5% increase. Yeah, because you took $250,000 and bought down some debt.
Right.
Next year you're gonna pay that 2.5%, and guess what? I'm gonna pay more capital tax when that reappraisal is finished. So I'm gonna be paying a 7.5% tax increase plus additional capital. You're gonna get your capital money back.
But
I'm not going to get my $250,000 back because we're not reducing anything in the budget. We're using fund balance to buy down the budget, and the increase is going to go next year.
Right, but as long as you keep that expense in the budget, you can keep doing that.
We need to reduce the budget.
You're not going to reduce the budget. You know that 250 is going to be eaten up by police services and fire services and stuff. It's going to go away, and the budget's going to increase. So where you are today, how likely are you going to be in the future when your taxes go up even more and everything to approve the capital that you need? And capital has such a long-term saving, sustainable impact on a town that you just can't overstate that. Towns that have their capital are recovering from the flood with expenses. Towns that didn't have couple can't even do their roads. They can't repair the roads. They don't have the money. You just can't overstate the importance of what you save. And the Essex voters are smart. If you give them a low budget with a capital tax that fully funds what's needed with the capital, you're going to replace the dump trucks, the graders, you're going to do it. They'll approve it.
Andy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, you weren't at our last meeting, but we were going through section by section and talking about, asking questions about specific line items and what can and can't be reduced. I think I've lost my dream of canceling Wednesday's meeting at this point, because we still have, if we're going to do that, continue that, then there's still quite a bit more to go. We've had some of these discussions about capital already, and I'm just wondering if this is productive to what I think the work that we might need to do. Should we
hold it until Wednesday? Is what
or no, I'm not saying hold it till Wednesday. I'm saying, can we? I'd like to suggest that we go back to going through the sections, each of the summaries and getting all our ideas on the reduction ideas on the table, or are we satisfied that everybody's covered everything? Because we stopped just before police at our last meeting. We were going through section by section, and now we're.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I'm not about debating this anymore. We've all had plenty of time to make informed decisions and share each other's thoughts. And Greg, this is nothing personal, but it's time for the select board to sit down and look at all of the proposed. And maybe I'm the only one that wants to cut the budget, right? But I don't necessarily think that everything I propose is a cut. I've given permission to fund many things to the full extent. Shall they be required to be funded to the full extent? I think that the select board needs to say, here's an idea, yes or no. No, okay, move on. No, move on. If we get to the bottom of it and nobody wants to change anything, well, go ahead, have your budget. We don't have any changes. If we have legitimate proposals that say this will save us $5,000, $2,500, $50,000, which I thought was 70, but it turns out it's only 50. Probably like 58, and they just called it 50, but let's call it 50. Then we make a decision, yes or no. We don't just keep talking in circles about capital and this and that. Do we not want capital in the budget at all, Kendall? Is that your suggestion? Then remove the $250,000.
No, it's more than that. It's quite a bit more than that. If you
but
remove
we
all
need
the
to make
capital.
decisions. I think we've had more than enough time to debate what to cut. I think there's proposals on the table, and we go through the proposals, yes or no. I don't know. That's my only.
So Ethan, I'm not sure I've seen your proposals. I haven't seen your proposals.
They're all in this packet, but.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. A couple of them. I just wanted to add context.
Conversation that Karen posted.
Context to fire and police that neither one of those was cutting, and I did see it in the fire. I have to look just to make sure on the police, but neither one of those was to cut. It was to increase the Karen knows the word,
Vacancy line.
Line. So in the case that we approve to fully staff this town, the fact of the matter is it hasn't happened in 5 years, right? So we are making an assumption that it may not happen, but on the flip coin of it, we're also not saying that we're going to take $300,000 in fund balance and put it into capital next year because it didn't get funded. We're saying if we don't spend the money, we're not taking the money, right? And if we take the money, well, guess what? We have $850,000 in taxes that were collected that didn't get spent, and we can cover it. And if that model doesn't work out in a year or two, so be it. But for this year, we have more than enough money to cover both of those line items. And that's simply just part-time salaries and fire and a mix-up with patrol officers in the police budget, which, granted, to no gain nor loss with the way that the revenue and the expenditure happens with the return of any excess, I don't know what the right word is there, but we're giving that money back to the city. We're not gaining anything there, right? You know, there's a couple other, you know, the part-time position. You know, this is a serious budget conversation. I have a lot of things I want in life. I want all kinds of things. I have things that I need right now. And you know what this town needs right now is to fulfill the wish of the voter, which is to complete and roll out a DRB, right? The town didn't vote to have everybody up here at 8090 Upper Main Street and all these drawings and all these meetings. That's not a vote. That's a want. It's time for the select board to sit down and buckle up and get to business. We need to make cuts. We cannot continue to fund budgets, doing capital transfers and fund balance transfers and saying, well, we're only going to give you a 5% increase, but just know that for next year, we're already at 2.5%. You know, there's so many things that we can do to change things, but we have to make decisions.
So Ethan, I was reading through the notes, and I'm not sure that, like, do you have specific items?
Every one of them.
That you're, because I can't really decipher what exactly it is from here, other than the support to eliminate $25,000 for the equity advisor. I do see that was removed.
Removed. Right, but what about the community development? It says line item 110, regular salaries. Keeping the 0.7 should be part. Is that full-time employee? 0.7 full-time employee. So it's a part-time. Keeping that part-time. Okay, cost savings right there. I said 70,000. They said 50. I'd like to see the 59,999 that it says it is, because I know it's more than 50. But there's one. You know, there's the economic development. There's a couple $100. I made a proposal for the library. You know, just give them $1,000 increase for every line item. They had 5 line items that they wanted for individual categories. Well, the total was 7,500 or 8,500. So instead of saying what they can spend their money on, just saying we're offering you $5,000 instead of 8,500 or whatever it is. Do as you wish. Put it all on adult. Put it all on subscriptions. You know, admin. There's the credit card processing fees. Simple decision. Put all that on the users. That's $5,000 in savings. Public Works. There was just some questions about the whole capital game that's being played. I'm not really sure with the responses there. You know, I get it that there's a new sheet here. I'd like to see the summaries of, you know, how do we mistake a trailer for a plate compactor? You know, for a piece of equipment that we're supposed to buy that needs a trailer. You know, there's little things in this budget that may not seem significant, but when there's 25 of them, it adds up. When my cuts add up to about $100,000. That's 1%. I came up with 1%. You know, I think it's over 100. It's way over 100 because of this police stuff. It's like 2.5%. I'm not saying do it all. I don't do any of it if you don't think any of it's a good idea, but I think it's all valid. And there's very little computing responses to say that anything that I came up with was a bad decision other than they don't have time. Well, you don't have time because you're doing things that you want to do, not what you need to do.
So, Andy.
So have all of Ethan's things been included in the manager's memo or addressed there? So maybe.
Yeah. So I worked with Ethan to make sure I captured all of his items, and they're either in the recommendations or changes that have been made, or staff is not recommending, or for further discussion. So they should all be in there. And then there were some questions at the end that didn't fit into suggestions that were, attempted to be addressed with supplemental information.
The only thing that made it in was the reducial of the 25,000 for the equity position, and it was to they've offered to lower it down to 8,000. Everything else was not suggested.
They did
$500 for library general supplies.
They did do a couple more of it.
Yeah,
there.
Economic
Got the
Development
700
Committee
for-
changed as well.
Yeah.
EDC.
Yeah, the economic development.
Was that
the committee support?
$300?
Yeah, from.
Yeah. The equity advisor, we cut all 25 that was proposed for the equity advisor.
Yeah.
There was 33,000.
Yeah, the $8,000 is another piece of, yeah.
Okay. I just saw the 8 in there, and I didn't understand if that meant keep it at 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then the reduce in fire.
We did,
I
so we
mean-
did reduce fire. It's not quite a vacancy allowance, but we had budgeted as if 4 people are responding to every single call. That's not what's being hit right now. We're trending upwards, but we proposed budgeting that 3.5 people are responding to a call. So
Which is
that,
about
I think resulted in about
$21,000.
$20,000 of savings. That's, discussion if that 3.5 is, if you'd like to see that lower. Kind of like police, we started at, I think it was 97 or 98%. 96% in the first year, we're down at 90%. That 90% seems to be where we're at. So fire, we're taking a step in that direction.
But fire is a reduction, not an ability to fully staff.
If people start responding, we start having 4 people responding to a call, that's a good thing. Kind of like if suddenly we have 31 police officers, that's a good thing.
Right.
It's not quite apples to apples, but the concept of we're budgeting for less than we would like to have is there.
Right, but on the flip point of that, with the police department, if we get those people, we have the money to pay them. Well, we don't have the money to pay them, but we have the allowance for it to be approved by the town.
I would love to come to you with a good problem. I would love to come
Right.
to you in halfway through
But-
fiscal 26 and say, hey, we've got 4 people responding to fire calls every single time. We're probably going to overspend.
Right, but if we put it as a line item vacancy, you can reduce it to actual numbers now. And then, I mean, even with a $50,000 reduction, you're well above actual numbers.
Yeah, and we are trending up. So this is where if you wanted to reduce it to budgeting for 3 people responding to a call or 2.5 people, that's kind of your choice at this point. We recommended 3.5.
And I would say from our perspective, I mean, we have more police history about knowing how short we are, how understaffed we are in a police area. In the terms of fire, since it's part-time, you know, we need to base it on the number of calls. It's easier for us to use that salary line item. We don't really have that type of information for how short-staffed are we fire-wise. It's just based on, you know, number of calls and that kind of level of effort that we get. So whether that part-time number gets reduced or not, like Greg's saying, that's a possibility.
Yeah, and part of why we're, recommending budgeting at 3.5 people responding versus the 2.5 that we're getting right now is because we are trying to put other things into this budget to incentivize more people to go. We don't know how that's going to play out yet. We've increased it, minimum call pay back in October 1st was when it started.
Yes.
The number of people responding is creeping up. Whether or not that's going to hold or how high it will get, we don't have enough information yet.
So if on July 5th, you came to us and said, we're going to overspend in the police budget, the fire budget, whichever one, take your pick. Where then would we pull that additional needed funding from?
Probably from unassigned fund
yeah.
balance. So that's our 15%, where we recommend budgeting keeping 15% unassigned fund balance. We'd probably draw out of that if we overspent the entire budget.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make a connection that the leaner the budget is, the more important it is to have appropriate fund balance so that if we are in a pickle, whether it be hires that we weren't anticipating, whatever the case may be, that we have that money available to us. Andy?
I just want to point out that July 5th date you're talking about, there will have been 2 elections by then, and 4 of the 5 of us could be different people. Just for awareness that it's not us that necessarily would make that decision, and we can't commit a future select board to make that decision, and so there is some risk in underfunding.
Mm-hmm. Ethan?
But I did hear Greg say that there was several, more than $200,000, more than $300,000 that are going to be available in fund balance this year. And we don't need to allocate them into our budget so we can have the increase next year. We can try and make a correct budget and see how close we can get. And if we are way off the mark, well, you can point all the fingers at me. But when we get closer to zero and people stop seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars rolled over year after year for all 6 years that they live in a community, maybe it'll be less frustrating. Maybe they will approve a capital tax increase or a budget increase, or maybe you ask for a line item to have, a special new position, or you ask for $50 million to build a library in a town hall. Maybe they'll approve stuff like that if we're not getting hit by 7, 8, 10, 5, 3, 4. I mean, since I've lived here, there has not been an increase other than that one COVID year. I think it was a level budget, and then the year after it was like 8%, and then I saw it down to 3, and then I got on the board and it was, we got it down to 18 or 20 or whatever it was, and then since then we haven't had a normal. Last year we did alright at 5%, but I've talked to a lot of different people in this community, people that have never talked to me before because they were on a total different side of the fence from me, and they said, you know what, you got a good point. My wages didn't go up 5% this year. My groceries went up 7%. My taxes went up 16%. My insurance from my employer went up this much because everybody else has to pay a full bill on their own insurance. Countless things. The cost of living in Vermont, just to live in Vermont, I think, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know personally in the past 3-4 years, it's got to be well over 25% just to live here, just to maintain. People are stretched thin and they're sick of spending. I get it. Municipal taxes is a small portion, but when that small portion continually asks for money year after year and the school tax keeps hitting us, it's like, when does it end? Do we need to have a South Burlington town office here for everybody to be happy? Every time I make a suggestion, I see comparisons of, well, You know, they have 5 employees and 3 employees, and yeah, South Burlington has 5 employees working in their economic or their planning or community development. Look at what they just built. Look at what it's costing people to live there. Have we reached out to the town? Is that what the town of Essex wants? Because I know everybody that I've talked to, that's the opposite of what they want. You know, why after the reappraisal, when we dropped the city half of our workload for our assessing department,
They're still doing the same.
forever. We're going to keep doing that. So separation was just a joke, and we're just going to keep sharing police and assessing and all these other
Shared
things.
assessing is still in place until the end of
Until the end of the appraisal.
reappraisal.
Right. So that's exactly what my proposal is. It's going to save half a year on a part-time employee, that when the reappraisal's over, maybe we only need 1 person in the assessing office, because we're not going to have a reassessment for 7 more years. Or 5 if the state gets their way and changes it. You know, that's $70,000 in savings right there. Yeah, the first year you're only going to save 35. But guess what? Like Andy's point, if I'm not here in a couple of years, and none of us are here in a couple of years, and the new select board, you know, is here, and the town says, hey, it's 2030 and we're getting ready for a reappraisal, I think we should hire another full-time assessing office, and you got all this new development, and the grand list grows, and everything's happy, and things aren't growing in Essex to the projected rates. You know, when I first got on the board, it was this thought that everything was going to grow with this budget. Things have not grown with this budget. The only thing that's grown is the tax rate, right? Yeah, we've gained a little bit on the grand list, but it's not a lot. And these continual charges for things like, you know, talked about the transportation study in here. Why are we paying for that? The transportation study is the direct impact of 7 businesses that are listed here. Why am I paying for that as a taxpayer? Why isn't the developer paying for that when they put the building in? Why isn't the business that's creating the impact problem paying for that? Why is the old guy up on Osgood Hill Road who's on Social Security and can barely pay his bills, why is it his responsibility? It's not. We need to stop spending money. It's pretty simple. I have a farm, right? I'm not a financially wealthy person. I have a lot of bills all the time. When I don't have money, you got to stop spending it. I don't know how to make my point anymore. I mean, I've brought out all my points. We either should just really vote on stuff and say we're not going to do it, and we want to have a 7.5% increase. Call it a 7.5% increase. Take that $250 out of there and give it to the voters and watch them shoot it down. If not, if we push this through with $250,000 saying it's a 5% increase, I'm going to have to go to the paper and say, this is what's going to happen next year. You're going to pay another 2.5% increase because we're burying it with money that we stole from you from last year. I mean, it's the truth. Nothing I've said is factually inaccurate, and you can fact check it. I've gone over it with Karen. I've gone through the budgets. I've gone through the numbers. I wouldn't just be spewing things out of my mouth if I made it up.
I would offer that we didn't steal money from the voters.
We borrowed it interest free.
See, and I would offer that the town of Essex has been very frugally responsible using their fund balance compared to some other places, because a lot of places have just given a ton of money back, $500,000 or whatever, and then had to make up that $500,000 plus another 100 or 200,000. Essex has not done that. Staff has presented a very good program to reduce the amount of fund balance that we use in the budget down to 0. And turning the fund balance, the only thing I've heard from the voters about the fund balance is that they want that money given back to the budget to lower the operating budget and not put into capital. And if you fund your capital fully, you could do that with whatever fund balance you have. So, but I will speak that Essex has been very frugally responsible about the fund balance.
And Andy, go ahead.
I'm going to support the budget as proposed here. My only concern is what I brought up at the beginning here was if the using that swizzle of switching the 250,000 from operating transfer with a fund balance to just being a direct transfer to capital is going to cause a significant angst about what our capital transfers look like, because they're going to be a huge increase next year. I'd be in support of putting that back in, plus the $2,500 for human services, and I think the tax rate increase would be just over 5% with that. And as I said, I support that, and I would prefer that we don't have a meeting on Wednesday and just circle around these same discussions.
It sounds like there are, I don't want to say substantial, but there are outstanding questions about fund balance. And without those numbers, I don't know if we can have a full conversation about that. Also understanding that fund balance comes from not fully spending line items. So it has a direct relationship to the budget, and understanding where that comes from may change when we have numbers from the fund balance conversation.
We just said that part of fund balance is from not fully spending, and part of it is from getting revenue, grant interest or otherwise, that we did not plan for.
So understanding that this is a work session discussion, are there any specific items that people would like to propose that we work on, talk about? Andy had offered keep going through where you were.
Yeah, I'll withdraw that, because it seems like everybody's comments have already been fed in and they've been addressed in the manager's memo. So I'm fine
Okay.
with not continuing on with that slog through the rest of the.
Okay.
Because I think we'll just churn up the same discussion we've already had.
Okay. So are folks comfortable with where we're at, or are there additional items that we should work through?
I think this discussion between Kendall and Ethan needs to be resolved.
I don't think there's anything to resolve. I think that I'm just gonna start making motions. If there's a second, great. If not, I'll let them fall.
Okay.
Right? I mean, there's no other way around it. We don't want to have discussion on making decision about everybody's input. So we're just gonna say, yep, Greg, go ahead, do what you want.
That's what I'm
That's what I'm hearing,
calling
right?
for, is if people have suggestions or things that they want to have a discussion about, specific line items, let's have that discussion. That's what we're here for.
So I make the motion that the Essex Selectboard take and charge credit card fees to the user
And that
for the budget.
this is
to
just
change
a,
the line item by $3,000.
this is just a discussion and work session,
So
so
we can't make a change.
There's no
So
motions
how do you get
or
a unanimous
decisions.
decision?
It's just
So we've discussed it then. There's nothing
right.
more
We
to
discuss it,
discuss.
and then it goes whatever we decide. Consensus is totally fine, but then it goes and then comes back to us at the next working session and rinse and repeat until we're ready to make a decision on the budget approval.
So we're ready to move on.
Greg.
Yeah, I just want to, this is your budget. So if you tell me to give you a budget that's a certain percentage point, I will do that. And with my staff here and others. But it's your budget. So you should all be comfortable with that, whatever approach you take. And if it takes going through line by line or certain lines that you want to call out and having a consensus thumbs up or thumbs down, I'm going to take that input and bring it back to you. So, yeah, I don't think you need to make a full-blown motion on every single thing, but if there's certain items to call out for any of you, then now, Wednesday, January 6th, that's the time to do it and have a little discussion. Again, I don't think you need a full-blown vote until the final budget number is there to vote on, but certainly line by line and give a thumbs up, thumbs down, or a consensus, and we'll either keep it in or take it out.
I support Ethan's suggestion about the credit card fees.
I mean, the response for Parks and Rec was that the revenue is going up because of all the season passes are open to out-of-town users now at Indian Brook. So Town of Essex residents are responsible for paying their credit card fees. That's the way it reads in this budget. Just a suggestion.
Are you talking about all Parks and Rec fees? So registering your kid for a sport would increase that amount by I think it's 3% for payment processing fees?
Everybody else charges
TGRP
us that.
charges it to me.
Yeah.
And most of my
everybody-
programs are over there because the town of Essex doesn't offer those programs.
Do we know what that would look like?
I'm
So
going to turn to Karen in a second, but and I do want to answer the credit card thing. It would certainly, at least for me, be helpful if we can whether it's the notes from Ethan or whether it's the items that are presented in the manager's memo and just go point by point by point by point. That'll help me follow and make sure we don't miss anything.
Okay.
But with that aside, as for the credit card fees, since I think that's on the table right now, Karen, you spent some more time with Adrian on that.
Sure, and Dan, I might need you to pinch it with me too. I understand that the program fees, like for a swim lesson or some other like user specific fee like that, there's probably a specific term that you're going to help me with, Dan. Those have the credit card processing fee sort of built into that rate structure. There are other charges that I understand, the day passes at Indian Brook would be one of them, that don't have that piece included in the cost of that pass. So please correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but that's what I understand in working with Adrian on that.
yeah, I do agree with that. Yes. Yep.
Great. So for the day passes, the season passes, do those have it built in, or?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
I think
I-
it's just the like lessons and other things
Okay.
that are offered
Yep.
through the program fund.
And there's also just, if we're not totally sure, and if you want to table something, we can get more information and bring it back for whether it's Wednesday or January 6th.
So this could be a fee problem, not a budget problem. That we're not charging the fees to cover the.
I believe it's $5,000 in the current budget, the current operating budget, and that could be switched to be user covered instead of general fund covered without an impact on the program fund offerings.
Oh, I see. I see. You would put it into the program fund.
No, I don't think
not
that-
necessarily the program fund. This is just a line item within EPR admin, and it's a $5,000 line item. And I think Ethan's question is, can we eliminate that?
But I thought you just said that some of the fees do include the credit card processing costs.
But those tend to go through our programmatic enterprise funds
Right.
that are in that umbrella.
So those fees aren't in that line item.
They're not.
anyway.
Correct.
Yes, they're not a part of this journal.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I misunderstood that. Okay, thank
That's
you.
fine. Yep.
All right.
So why does staff recommend that it's not? Why is it not recommended by staff in your memo? So staff does not recommend it at this time.
I know we talked
Well, actually,
about
that's
this.
recommended, but-
Unless one of you can remember, that's one we're going to have to get back to. I know we talked about it, but I'm drawing a blank right now. So we can bring that one back to you.
Okay, so clarifying question, the items from the discussion with Ethan, are those reflected within the memo? Either, yes?
Without going point for point, we're pretty
Okay.
confident that everything that Ethan brought up is reflected in the memo.
So I think what Greg's asking for is us to.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure
Get a
that
consensus
the
on these
one,
items,
the
yeah.
one list was
It-
reflective of
It's to
everything.
be clarified too that the ones that are maybe modified in the yes column are sub modified from the suggestion. So it's fair to take a shake and look at the actual comparison of what was proposed, what's suggested, what the staff thinks is a good idea, what they don't think is a good idea, and if they do think it's a good idea, what they change the number to.
Okay,
Because they're not relevant changes. It's not this is proposed and this is what we changed. It's this was proposed and we changed it by $300 or whatever the amount was.
okay, so since
know.
we don't have that breakdown right here,
But we do.
Can we-
had it on Friday. The numbers are all in my notes.
right, but I'm saying, so we're not flipping between your notes, comparing this other, is it okay if we start by walking through the changes suggested during budget process, not recommended at this time, and then switch to not recommended but offered for consideration
I don't think it's that deep. I think everybody here on the select board has a responsibility to read through all of this and share their thoughts, and I would hope that all of you did the same as I did with you. Any concerns that you shared and were presented and put in the packet, I read them, understood them, and wanted to make a decision on them. I don't think that we need to sit here and talk for 5 weeks in a row, having a discussion, trying to explain things. We need to look at the numbers and say, does this make sense? Will it save money? Is it a good idea? And then at the end of the day, we go down the list and say, this was proposed. Do we do it or not? I mean, we can talk about it for weeks, right?
That's what I'm proposing we do.
Asking for.
So when are we going to make those decisions?
We're going to talk about them now, and whatever has support from the board will come back to us, probably not Wednesday night, but January 6th.
Okay, so you already have a list of everybody else's suggestions and what the board has come to consensus on? Or we're just doing Ethan today?
Our past, so our
Because
past,
all of it's not included. It's not included in the packet. Your suggestions aren't included in the packet.
They're all there. Everything
there.
that I put in there is
They
in there.
have been in the past,
Absolutely.
yes.
So they're all there.
No,
Yep.
well, hold on. We've responded to them.
Yeah.
We've not said yes to every single one of Andy's things or no to Tracy's. We've responded to all of them. So the past packets include all the questions from
Past
all of you
packets.
that have come up.
Okay.
The adjustments that we've made based on that are reflected in the budget. What's in the packet tonight is anything that has come in since then. And so that's largely your stuff. There's a few other things. It's comments from the last work session we had. That's what's reflected here.
That's okay. Good. I'm good. I don't want to talk about it tonight. I'm all set with my.
Okay, so you,
You want to meet on Wednesday?
No, I don't want to meet on Wednesday. I want
Then we need to
a
talk about it.
clear list of everybody's suggestions. Don, do you have everybody's? You remember everybody's suggestions that they wrote down, or you just have what's put in the manager's memo of what they suggested 3 weeks ago?
I have written down, I have others written down on my notebook. And then I have the manager's memo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go through, starting with the stuff that's in the packet, your comments, and then we can pull up the last packet, and go through just largely largely Kendall and Andy's comments in the past packets. And I'm happy to go through each one of those comments and see.
And make
We talked
decisions
about-
on them by 11 o'clock today. That's our plan, I guess, is my question. I mean, 30 minutes ago, we weren't making any decisions. We were just discussing.
that's what we've been doing for the past number of weeks.
Right, but
So
now
we
we're gonna go
can
down
sit
through just
here,
my list and
Ethan,
make
we can
decisions.
sit here and go through line by line, like you wanted to dive into and talk about the details. We can definitely do that, but then I'm also hearing that you're done, you don't want to talk about it anymore. So as the chair, I need some direction on what the board wishes to do at this point so that we can inform whatever's coming back to us for January 6th.
I think we should spend some time tonight, maybe half an hour, and get as far as we can. And we don't have to go through the entire list tonight. But I'd like to make some progress and not push it all out to January 6th. Or we do this. We could do this on Wednesday. We could do this on Wednesday.
Okay, so I'm going to start on not recommended at this time by staff, but are offered for consideration if the select board wants to see further budget adjustments. Moving fire radio purchases, some subset of $25,000 listed to capital.
How long do fire radios typically last?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I
Yeah.
have to get.
It
I know
depends
Charlie-
on what
I know-
they purchase and who drops it in the water at the fire.
I know I've been told, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I remember when the plan for replacement came in maybe 3 years ago. And I don't remember an exact number. I want to say that the current ones are like 12 years old, but I could be way off on that. So
I was going to say if they're like a 10-year item, that capital would be fine.
Further adjusting fire part-time salaries number. We talked about this a little bit earlier.
So did we
Go
get
ahead.
to an agreement on that first one? What did we?
I think we're gonna
Great to find
get
out
more
what the-
information
okay,
on
find
the
out how the
life cycle.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Further adjusting fire part-time salaries number, adjusting downward to a 3-hour minimum.
So aren't we adjusting upward to try to encourage more
Yes.
volunteers? So I wouldn't want to go backwards and go step back again on that.
You could also reduce it to, 3 people responding as our average number as opposed to 3.5. There's a few ways you could justify a reduction there if that's what you wanted to do.
So we're currently budgeting for 4, correct?
3.5.
Three
was
and a
the
half.
proposal.
Yep.
We started at 4.
Okay.
4 people responding to a call with a 4-hour minimum for those people. We also, I think, increased pay rates by $1 for per diems,
Yes. Yep.
and some of the admin costs we drove up to.
So what are thoughts on that?
You need the fire. You need that. You gotta do something to encourage the position. You just have to.
I agree, but how many times do you see the brand new truck rolling through town with 4 people in it? Because that would be 4 firefighters at 4 hours, which would be 16 man hours. There's only 2. So increasing the call out to 4 hours would be 2 at 8 hours. That's half. That's 50%.
I think our latest numbers were 2.6 people responding to a call for November, so I would certainly not 2.7. So I wouldn't recommend going less than 3.
You could also
I can
put in
support
a vacancy line in there. So that way we don't have to dictate any hours, and we could just say this is the amount we would fund this year. And if you spend the extra $100,000, then we give it to you in fund balance.
I think that can happen either way. Right?
But
I don't want to mess with fire.
One wouldn't be pre-approved though.
Oh, it doesn't generate fund balance if you don't spend it. You're saying, yeah, gotcha.
True.
What's half a person worth?
Around
It
21,000.
was about 21,000. Yeah.
21,000. That's it. Oh.
So you're a math man, right? Number of
so.
calls we have, right?
I hope so.
So you have 3,100 calls.
Okay.
Okay. You're figuring for 4
Mm-hmm.
employees at 4 hours. Multiply that by 2.6. What's your savings there?
So 12,400 times 4 gets you near 50,000. And then what's the last number you threw at me there?
The 2.6.
The
would be
2.6?
what you're saying your average is.
So 2.6 to have it be another 0.4 or 0.9 people, maybe call it 32,000. Something
On
in
the
that range.
overall budget on 3,100 calls for
Well, we don't have-
$500,000.
we don't have 3,100
I
calls.
think your
We're probably-
number's off.
I forget the number, but we're probably closer to the 2,000, 2,500 calls.
Okay, so 2,500 calls at 4 hours a man times 4
A person.
person, right?
I'm not.
So where's the
doing that,
salary?
so-
Where's if it's only 21,000 for 0.96, right? If that's what you claim, how is it not more than $100,000 for all 4, for the 4 people at 4 hours? It's not. It's $500,000 you got in the budget.
Got some of the per diems are covering some of the calls.
Okay. So where's
Well,
that figured in?
Sometimes more than 4 responders that they come in their personal vehicles too.
Right.
They're not in the truck.
But a majority of our calls are EMS, which is responded to in our fire vehicle with 2 people. I would say a large majority of those calls. Not discouraging the fire department. I'm not discouraging the police department. I'm being realistic on what you're going to spend. You budget for 500, you're going to spend about 300. I think if you save if you put $50,000 in a vacancy line, you're still gonna have $50,000 in fund balance next year. But that's fine. Move on.
So did we come to any kind of resolution on that one, Andy? You said you didn't want to
Well, if
mess with fire.
if a half a person is 21,000 and we need that 21,000, need that extra half a person, we could probably find that 21,000 somewhere. That's another way to look at it. But it's only 21,000, but that's all these 21,000s add up if you do a couple of them, right? So I guess I could be talked into going down to 3.
I'm just gonna say I've vetted the numbers several times. 21,000 is very, very, very generous on what the actual cost is. Like, I don't even know where that number came up with. I'd love to see
Ethan,
the
what is
formula
it
for that
you want to
number.
do? What is it you want to do?
Huh?
You want to stay at 3.5?
Oh, I can read the
I'm happy to
actual-
stay at
No, not 3.5. I would like to put a vacancy. Where's me see my proposal here? All the proposals I came up with, I made sure that I looked at the numbers that they weren't just some crazy thought. So it'd be reduced by 50,000, be a vacancy line item, right? So you'd be lowering it from 220,000 to 170,000. So if you figure out their math there on the 4-man call out hour on $200,000, half a man is way more than $21,000. That's what I don't understand.
I just made a note. I'm going to send you our
Time and per diem are two different items on the budget too.
I'm going to send you our spreadsheet with
Okay.
our calculations for the fire salaries.
Okay.
Your proposal was for $50,000 to
Yeah.
reduce it. We brought it down 21,000 from what you last saw. So before you made that, reducing it from 3.5 to 3 would knock off another 21,000. So we're at $42,000 reduction.
I talked to Karen about this before you met with the fire chief about the reduction.
This was something that the budget. You two met last Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, and he
Right.
just wants a flat reduction in that number.
Yeah,
It's
Right.
not
in
based
the
on calls or
terms of
people
a
or-
vacancy line item. That way, if it works out and if you have 12 people show up at every single call this year, great. I love that. That's
Yep.
good for this town. But it hasn't happened with the last 3 proposals that have been made, and this is before your time as town manager.
Yeah, I think we're just talking past each other.
I get it.
Yeah. So
I think if we I don't know, we can talk about if it makes sense to do a
Yeah.
vacancy allowance or to reduce it from 3.5 people responding for our budgeting purposes to 3. Either way, we're talking $42,000. You're talking $50,000.
So 3 is 42,000.
Budgeting for 3 people to respond would reduce it $42,000 from what you saw at your last meeting,
Okay.
which I think is what you between then and what you see now is when you spoke to Karen.
So I just want to clarify something, though. If we, with a vacancy line item, so if we add a vacancy line item, that is still a line item within the budget. So if that does not get spent, that still goes to fund balance, correct?
So if there's a vacancy line item in there, it will just be a contra expense, shall we say. So it'll just reduce our overall expense number, which I know is kind of the target here.
Oh, okay.
And then, the actual results, just whatever that number becomes, just becomes the comparison for that fund balance carryover, positive or negative.
Okay.
And we talked about whether or not to do a vacancy versus vacancy allowance for fire versus reducing the number of, how we budget for the number of people to respond. The police are their staff. They're positions that are budgeted to show up there. So if we have a vacancy because those positions aren't filled. Fire, we don't have staff. We don't have fire people who are part of staff. So it's tough to, it's semantics, but show that there's a vacancy. It's not a vacancy, it's a lower response rate. So maybe it's called an allowance for lower response rate.
Yeah.
Again, semantics, maybe that's,
But it would work the same way.
It would work the same way, yes. Yeah, whether it's a reduction in the salary line item or a vacancy, it's going to work the same way.
The only kick there would be that the reduction in the part-time salary line item would be that the town was not approving for us to spend the additional money, and it would actually be defunding. In the idea of an allowance, the town understands that we have the potential to fund to the full ability, but the reality is we may not achieve it this year. And they're voting to allow for us to spend up to. Right? So they were giving us if they read the budget before it's approved, they're giving us a stamp to fund to this X dollar. But if we simply reduce something, then yes, Andy, his remarks before would be true. I would be cutting. I'm not proposing to cut. I'm proposing to allow for inaccuracy.
Okay.
Or things that are completely out of our control.
So you're gonna come back with a spreadsheet of,
Yeah, I will get the paid numbers to all of
Okay.
you. I guess, do you want to wait to see that? Would you rather us propose keep the, ideal for people responding and put in budget in an allowance for reduced call volume, or reduced response rates? Or would you rather see us budget based on 3 or 3.5 people responding when we ideally would have 4? But the 3 or 3.5 is more of reality. And maybe we can talk to the fire chief and see if he has a preference as well.
He did have a response to me a month ago when I first brought it up. I had to go into the other packet to pull it up, but he.
Well, we know the call rate's not going down, right, Ethan? I mean,
Right.
The chart showed it was going way up, so.
It's just the problem is that the response, right? And I get it. I want them to make it to every call with 4 people as well. It's just there's numbers.
I guess I don't have
there.
a preference which method we use.
yeah. Let's.
We'll discuss, figure out if there's a
Yep.
better way to present it.
Okay. Change to town clerk election expenses, question increase likely due to increases in mailing costs. I'm
Well, if you're
trying,
not gonna mail to everyone, just do and you're doing absentees, that
Yeah.
will lower that amount.
I brought this up, and I was just trying to understand the correlation between the 4-year average on the election expense line, because we had the general, well, maybe it is the general, but we had the big election there, and the 4-year average was driven up by that. But a typical year, we see roughly like a $2,000, $3,000 expense. And I just thought that the average seemed high, not by a lot, but I literally went through this budget looking for $1,500 at a time, not to go and cut somebody's salary. And I just thought that if you look at the running average on the election in the clerk line, it just appears to be that our average seems a little high.
so with the decision that we made this evening around mailing for just absentee, is that gonna change the clerk line?
It's not.
It's not?
No.
Okay. So do we know why there was that percentage of an increase?
Let me flip to that page.
It's actually a decrease in the clerk expense because it's.
Right. I think Ethan is pulling the presidential election year out, which is our
Yeah,
current
okay.
year, and comparing 24 to 26. I think it goes roughly from 2,600 to 3,500, which is a higher increase. I think you were trying to target
Yeah, just trying
no
to
more
figure
than
out if it
5 or
was.
10.
It just seemed more than stamps went up, but I could be wrong.
There are 5 subcategories within that
Okay.
line item. I can go through them, I guess, if that adds value here.
It was just a question on, so yeah.
Okay. So I see election workers budgeted individually for $1,200, miscellaneous supplies for $250, town meeting machine coding based on the 2023 invoice for $525, town meeting ballot postage, including return postage, estimated 300 ballots, $475. Town meeting ballots printing, including shipping and handling, $1,200. So that's getting to a total of $3,650 that I see in the budget right now.
Okay. So in 23, we just didn't mail as many. I mean, I gotta get back to that page. It's been a long time.
Ethan, I'm not sure, but maybe in 23 the state helped with postage or printing.
That might have been what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, this wasn't a cut. I just had a simple question of why is it different than the average? 5631. And it's not a lot of money, so we can skip past it. I was just curious. I don't like too much time reading this year.
2025.
That's the wrong one.
And we had less polling places to cover also.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember what happened in 2024, Don?
This is this year.
Well, 2023, technically.
I'm saying that there was less election workers because it wasn't a general election. And I thought the state subsidized some of the postage to up voter turnout for an off election year.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
No change?
So no change.
Change. Reducing police legal expense line item. I know I said I wasn't going to, but I am trying to bounce back and forth between.
Yeah, in my conversations with Ethan, it sounded like he wanted to be very positive thinking about legal expenses in the police category and wanted to keep it closer to the lowest actual. Versus, I believe it's an average of prior years.
Considering that we've had some issues in the past couple of years, I thought that the normal average would appear to be lower. And again, this isn't a large savings because a portion of this would be returned to the city.
Legal. All right, so yeah, actual.
Now the two preceding years in 23 and 24 were both years of issues, and I just didn't know if there was some room for flexibility there.
Yep. Yeah. Looking at actuals from 23, it was rounding 25,000. Actual for 24 was, let's say, 5,000.
I was
And the proposed
suggesting just keep it at 10.
budgeted amount is 15.
Right, yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh. Is there anything that's like on the radar that we should be wary of, or?
I mean, I wouldn't say anything specifically, but I know speaking to what Ethan just mentioned, I mean, we're talking 50% just based on, turning around and assessing the city. So if we reduced it by 5,000, then it'd be 2,500, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no, I mean, any legal thing is stuff pops up.
Yeah.
Sometimes
never
it's
know.
personnel. The one thing that is potentially on the radar is we're going to start negotiations pretty soon. Hopefully we'll be done before July 1st of this coming year. If we're not, that's usually when it gets contentious and we start to talk lawyers and have mediation and things get expensive. That would be falling under fiscal 26. So it's how much risk do you want to take or not?
So the combination of those two, that we would really only be saving town taxpayers half of what we decrease by, and knowing that negotiations are coming up, does it make sense to?
Well, you're budgeted for 20 for 25, so anything
Right.
that's not spent there is just going to go back to the city anyway. So you have $35,000
Half of
to
it, yeah.
negotiate. You said your negotiations are going to start before July 1, or you're going to wait until July 2nd? You know what I mean?
Hopefully we'll start soon, and any legal money will be spent
Out of the $20,000 line item.
out of the 20,000, but usually we don't involve the lawyers until it gets contentious, and if it gets contentious, that'll probably be playing out in fiscal 26.
Perfect.
What are folks comfortable with? Leave it?
I'm good.
Keep it as is?
Yep.
15,000?
I'm not hearing anything different. Changes to CATMA study funding. I will throw myself in a vulnerable position and readily admit that I'm not exactly sure of the details on this one.
I'll speak to the details. So this is CATMA is the Chittenden Area Transportation Management Authority or Association. They do stuff like looking at small area transportation, filling gaps that Green Mountain Transit can't cover. The economic development budget includes $5,000. We propose offsetting it with fund balance. It'd be a one-time expense to take a look at transportation gaps, largely in the Saxon Hill area, to support employers and getting employees to those businesses. Economic development can be one of those ones that's hard to draw a dollar for dollar link to show the benefit of it. Those businesses in that area have a pretty substantial tax base to our grand list. We want them to succeed. We want them to have employees who are there, whether they're coming from Essex or elsewhere. With Green Mountain Transit potentially reducing services, there's potentially even a bigger gap in that area. Green Mountain Transit doesn't go right through Allen Martin Drive and some of those smaller areas there. You have a good employment base, you have a good tax base, you have people who want to work here and live here, spend their money here, so on and so forth. There's a really, really high, quick summary of economic development. So this $5,000 is intended to support the businesses and employees in that area. That's the goal behind it.
There's also more information in the packet that was left on your place that provides the draft proposal.
Was the CATMA money for a study for actual support?
For the study, Dawn.
Thank you. So studies can be postponed, is that correct?
Postponed?
Can they be?
Yeah, I guess it depends how long or to what extent.
Thank you for reading my question.
And I have no idea what you're all reading now, so.
Well, there's just a paper about it.
So I guess with GMT and general lack of public transportation elsewhere in the town, I would ask the question, kind of, why this, why now? Like, are there other areas that are underserved by public transportation that?
The Saxon Hill area has been on our radar for a while. It's something Jean's been trying to build inroads and relationships with the employers there, and she has made some progress, as has the EDC, I believe. I think it's a combination of the capacity is there now. Green Mountain Transit funding is going away, and it's a gap even with Green Mountain Transit that we've been aware of and have wanted to look into. Is the town going to stop functioning if you don't fund it? No. It's also money that we're proposing fund from fund balance, and it's support for a large employment base in our town.
It doesn't affect the budget directly.
Until next year, and we have to replace.
No, because it's a one-time expense, so the expense won't come back.
Right, but if we're taking it from fund balance, don't we need to replenish that from fund balance next year?
No, would, when we do our fund balance assignments, the recommendation, assuming this stays in the budget, would be that we put $5,000 of the fiscal '24 fund balance towards this project in fiscal year '26.
Okay.
It's undesignated fund balance that would be assigning for this.
All right.
So it's not like we're stealing from our 15%, borrowing.
Thank you.
I think from a relationship standpoint, it's good to do this, and I think we should leave it in. And
Okay. Does anyone feel differently?
I don't think we should be funding a study right now, because studies don't usually accomplish much, especially in transportation.
Ethan was a no, right?
I brought this up.
Yes. You want
Yeah.
to take it out, right?
What do you want?
I'm just trying to double check. I'm trying to figure out which page this was on here, because I don't remember it being a fund balance assignment in the original budget. So I'm just looking real quick, but I can't find the page.
Is it economic development?
Economic development.
Yeah,
52 to
economic
55.
development.
Yeah,
Yeah.
page 52. Oh, I'm on 59. There we go. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying I didn't see it in there, and it is in there. Use of fund balance $5,000. Okay.
All right, so that's the. Kendall, what say you?
Transportation issues in Sand Hill and that area are kind of hot right now, so if you can reduce traffic, I think you should study it.
Okay.
But I think it's important to note that there is a solution to the traffic on Sand Hill. It's already been identified. It's just waiting to be implemented. I mean, it's been identified to the board. It's been discussed about publicly here in an open meeting.
Yeah, but this
about connecting 117 to the district.
Right, but this is more about the actual how you could reduce cars.
So how does
Letting
this,
know-
how does this, if it does, interact with the traffic study that's going on for Sand Hill? Or is it a totally different scope?
I believe at this point they've been totally different things. The traffic study is happening this current fiscal year. This would be next fiscal year.
Okay.
In my understanding, this is more of a modal of transportation, not a transportation pattern. So it will not directly affect traffic. They just want to see how people are going to travel, either electric bike or a bus line that we're losing, or those options along there.
But the
I'm okay
implementation
either
of that,
way
yes,
with
could.
with the fund balance. I mean,
Okay.
not gonna fight about
Further
every little thing.
Further changes to library supplies. Go ahead.
I'm
sorry.
hearing 3 yeses to keep Capma in.
I'm not a yes. No.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
if there's 2 no's.
Oh.
I'm no. I was no to begin with. I just
Okay.
didn't want to argue and be the
Oh,
Okay, then I've heard
I-
1 no
yeah.
and 2 yeses. And
1 no and 2 yeses.
I've heard two
No, I
no's.
said
Dawn's
no.
Don said no, yeah.
but are you a no? 'Cause
I was a no originally. I brought it up. Yeah,
Are you
I'm
still
no.
a no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
so
a
that's
no
2
and a
yeses.
I thought
Capma.
everybody
So is
was.
Kendall a no?
I thought
I'm a
everybody
yes.
was
okay, yeah.
in agreement
Yeah.
on it, and I was like, whatever. I'm not fighting all night.
No, it's 3 yeses.
I like to watch the end of the football game.
yeah, keep it.
2 yes, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Come on.
I hadn't heard what you said.
I try to be quiet and not sway people. Further changes to library supplies collection funding.
I'm not in favor of reducing them at all.
Supplies, it'll probably be easier just to go back over here.
Well, what's your opinion on the equitability about supplying a large portion of funding to books that can only be accessed online, and the availability of many of our community members not having access to internet at home?
Well, I think the library does a really good job of getting to everybody with what they do, so.
I mean, you can only give them a dollar number and they choose how to spend it. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's why their suggestion is a reduction in the amount that we give them, not a line item.
So it would basically be, the proposed is essentially reducing the increase in their budget from 51, call it 5,000 to 2,500.
Let me get where.
But then there's also these 4 line items. Different as it calls for 5,000 for all 4.
It's just a $5,000 reduction to line item. 610 is 4 line items, so it's $1,000 on each line item. And then the 505 was a singular reduction. But if we can't say on singular line items, then it would just be an overall of 60, 70, I don't know what the math is there, on 5125 to 2,500, but.
Well, there is a $500 reduction up above in the list of things that that have been adjusted in the $500 adjustment to general supplies downward. So there is and so that's why it says additional reductions is what's not recommended, because there is one that was accepted in the
General supplies.
Accepted by who?
it was not sorry, it was proposed by staff, I should say.
Okay.
6,500 from 7.
I will just note that these are the recommendations that staff says we could make if we consider it's not the actual changes suggested during the budget process that staff cannot recommend implementing at this time. We haven't gone through any of those.
Right.
So.
I'm just looking at the board to, I know, Kendall, you said you don't want to reduce library further. Andy?
I have to be careful because my wife's the chair of the trustees. So.
Do you feel you can be impartial?
Yeah, I think well, if I'm impartial, I'll say we probably should take a little more out. For the same reason, you know, those subscriptions for electronic media are pretty expensive.
I mean, I was a little upset when even the director of the library was here telling us that it's a terrible service and they're short on supplying it to users because they pay so much for it that they can't supply it to people. And then, you know, not even to mention the conversation that I had with a person about the accessibility of certain books only being online and them not having the access to the internet.
Or the space to get the physical book.
Well, the book doesn't exist in the library.
Yep.
But again, I'm not singularly going after any individual thing. I just think that increases across the board should be.
Yep. So the increase is 5125, and you would propose to take that down to 2,500. Is that something people could support?
I could.
In 25.
Can we
Oops, sorry.
say individual line items though? Andy made a good point there.
We can, but they don't have to
Yep.
spend the way that we.
Yeah.
We're just lowering the overall amount.
They have an overall amount. They can choose to spend it however they want.
Yeah.
I mean,
But we can make
25, so 26, 25. So yeah, it was 45.
2625.
Yeah, it was 45 plus 26, 25. So it was 6 getting there's two items there on my list, Tracy.
Yeah, so general supplies, yep, that already went down by 500.
I believe that was in the buildings budget. Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
No, you.
No, never mind.
Yeah, general
That also went
supplies.
down.
Okay. Too many general supplies.
Yeah, so the tech subscription, and then, yeah, I see general supplies through tech supplies. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5,000, 4,500.
And it's already the budget that we're looking at today already has 500 taken out. So
Correct.
500 of the 2,500 that it's not already been taken out. It's been proposed to be taken out. So it's not another 2,500. It's, I think he's only asking for 2,000 more.
Yeah. I was going off the original expenditure.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe we go halvesies and take a 1,250. I don't know. 2,500 is it's a, but I don't know. These are small numbers.
Yep. So are folks okay with the concept of reducing those 4 line items, including the technology?
There are 2 separate items that Ethan had called up. One
Yep.
is the technical subscriptions at the 5125, bringing that down to 2,500.
Yep.
Oh.
Separate are the lines from 610 through 651,
Yep.
reducing them by a collective now would be 4,500 to meet the intent of his.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bigger than I thought.
So it would be 4,005.
Sort of however that sugars out. I don't think
25.5
Ethan
at
wanted to prescribe how that works.
6,000 for those 4, taking into consideration the 500 already reduced.
I'm not willing to go that big.
We level funded lines, or they level funded general supplies for 4 years. Or, no, actually it was 2 years. Actuals reflected of 5,000. The adult collection went up by 2,500. The average there had never gone up more than 1,000. The juvenile collection went up $2,000 in the last 4 years. That had never gone up more than 1,000. Actually, it hadn't changed at all. It was at 7,000. Technology supplies, 2022 budget was 2,000. Last year they dropped down to 1,000. This year they went back to 1,000, 2,000. And regular programs was the same, but it was a $2,500 increase. There's 5 line items there. The average increase, averaged out over the last 4 years. The increase was like 60 something percent because the way that they took all the increase, they put all the increase in this last year. I understand that the library is important, and I'm not saying don't fund them. I'm just saying maybe we can fund them at the same level that they've been operating for the last 4 years. They've seemed to make it work. The only number that's significantly different is the juvenile collection in the adult collection, which we don't have to say what they spend the money on. So if we were lower the down to $1,000 per line item, it averages out to their increases that they've had over the last 4 years on a broad spectrum of all 5 categories together. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't seem like a lot, but when you cut $2,000 20 times, it's 1% of the budget. I'm okay either way. I'm good.
Your general thoughts on that? Kendall, are you still at, you don't touch it?
I think they're underfunded already, so.
Andy, you said that, you thought that was too much?
I think he's, that all adds up to what? Yeah, I think it adds up to too much. Maybe half of that, not all of it.
So what would that amount be, Andy?
Well, if it was 6,500, is that what it all adds up to? 2,500 plus
Yep.
1,000 more, 6,500. Then it would be
55, 65.
3,250. But we already there's already a proposed 500 out, so another 2,750.
I think you're missing the technology line item too.
I'm sorry, what?
I think you're missing the technology line item too.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's the 2,500 there.
Well, it was 5125.
Yeah,
So
it-
26.
I think he's just talking about those
Dropping it
four.
down to 2,500, not taking 2,500 out, which so it's a little bit, which is just a $125 difference. Okay.
And mind you, that's the increase that they're asking for this year. Is 5125 increase for this year. So I'm
Yeah.
offering to give them 2,500. And then on the other ones, it's 2,000, give them 1,000, 2,500, give them 1,000, 1,500, give them 1,000, 1,000, keep it at 1,000, and then 2,500, same thing, 1,000, 5,000. I think overall was over 10,000.
15, 2. So it'd be $2,500 there. Which would come up to 5125, ironically enough.
But yeah,
I'd go half of what he's proposing.
Could go to half.
to whoever can get. Throw credit card fees on top of it. We'll call it a deal.
Sold. All right.
So I'm sorry. I still don't know what's the direction.
Half of my proposal.
Half of
For-
each proposal.
Just the overall. Right. I think we. I
So
think.
instead of
I think we
cutting-
can only give them an overall number. That's
Well, yeah, half.
to the understanding.
But
Yeah.
So out of
they still need to. Yeah.
So out of line 505, technology subscriptions and licenses, and 610 general supplies, 640 adult and juvenile collections, and 651 technology supplies. You want how much of the proposed increase? Half of the proposed increase?
No, half of his proposed cut.
3/4 of the proposed
half.
increase? I'm sorry, I'm lost. There's too many cuts and halves and this and that.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, because
Why don't we try and talk about like final numbers here? So
Yeah,
if
okay, well,
like
So-
Eth-
so the
Ethan was
proposal-
Reduced by $3,500.
I need to go find.
Yeah.
like I was gonna say, Ethan's number at 505 was gonna be 21,800, which would represent a 2625 cut from where it is now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Along with
Should also be-
4,000 in cuts that
in the
haven't
lower
been
four
made.
lines, yeah.
So that's a total of 6625.
Mhm.
So if you cut that in half, you're looking at 33,1250.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm gonna need
Financing
3313 actually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need 3313 to be
Okay.
happy.
We can do that.
3313 between those 5 line items.
Right.
But I do want to just
Already
know.
a
Yeah.
$500
I already
You got
accommodated
that,
it.
okay,
Yep.
Yeah.
Then we just want to make sure we don't
Yeah.
double count and take it out twice. Yeah.
Even with those reductions in that manner, and I'm just gonna say this, but they're still spending half of what they're gonna buy in new literature this year. They're spending half of that amount, that total amount, in online subscriptions.
So we've gone past our half an hour that we said we
Perfect.
would go for. The last item on that list was EPR credit card fees, which I think that we've already discussed. We're going to get some information coming back to us. So we did go through that last bulleted list there.
If
So
I-
just to be clear on that, they will charge a fee, and then anybody who uses the credit card will pay 3% more. Right?
Yeah, that's the general, it's the general concept behind passing the credit card processing fees on to the end user.
Just wanted to be
So what is it
clear.
we're asking for staff to do, to come back with a proposal for how to do that, or whether we can do that in that fiscal year?
I understood it to learn more about why they have been factored into those costs when they have been on the program fee. I did
Okay.
quickly consult my notes, and one piece that I had forgotten is that for folks at Indian Brook, they don't have an alternative for credit cards. So because it's such a remote location, it's not staffed full-time, they can't
Right.
accept cash or
We
check.
can't accept cash.
So I think that was some of the reason of like, there's no alternative payment option, but I can revisit that conversation as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I thought they had to prepay before they went to Indian Brook.
You can bypass that.
A day pass, yeah.
Oh, at Indian Brook itself?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, got it, okay.
So I think you can go to the gate and buy a season pass too, can't you?
I believe so.
I'm not sure.
I think so.
All right.
You know, when you go to the ATM at the gas station, or you pay at the kiosk in Burlington or parking garage, you know that you pay that fee every single time. And the only time that you don't is if your ATM's in the Falcon Union, and then the bank gives you your money back because they have an agreement with the card reader machine. So unless you're in the network, anybody who's in network with said provided card machine, their bank will be reimbursed that fund anyway, and the bank's union will pay the town. So the actual end rate of what goes on that 3% to the consumer is actually a lot less than 100% of every credit card usage, and it's simply just money thrown away. I mean, there's hundreds of different things that you can get for free or pay minimal dollars for, which is again assessed to the user, which eliminates credit card fees. I mean, you can get a plug-in for your iPhone, swipe a credit card for free. So, just throwing that out there.
So we are at 10:30. We went past our half an hour that we were gonna use for our work session and discussion. I'll just pose one last question on G, H, and I at this point. For fiscal 26 capital and fund balance, if there are any remaining items that we need to discuss tonight. Andy, did you have?
No, I was just gonna say, are we gonna meet on Wednesday? But I guess that's.
No, that was gonna be my next question. Is there a where we need to meet on Wednesday? Understanding it's 2 days from now. Is there gonna be anything gained from coming here for a couple hours when we've asked some questions tonight that we need responses to?
Has the meeting already been warned?
Yep.
Yes.
That's too bad.
We could cancel it.
We can cancel it.
Do we want to go through the items that staff has recommended, or they said that say that they've made a recommendation around, I guess, or do we think we can do that on the 6th?
Yeah, I mean,
There's a.
yeah, we didn't dive into that to really discuss what was presented, the adjustments that were made. They were in the packet, but if
Anybody have any strong objections to any of them? I guess
Yeah.
is the question. Okay, good. We don't have to talk about them.
I'm sorry, I did not hear what Andy asked.
in the memo, the adjustments made within the FY26 operating budget, that first set of bullets, was anybody opposed to those adjustments that were made? Or are we good with those?
I'm okay with them.
Ethan, Kendall, are you good?
I'm just a little confused over what's actually going to happen with the first one. No more transfers,
Yeah, I don't think we really
but we can talk about that later.
came to a,
I think we'll have a better feel for what goes around with that when we have the fund balance number known and all that. So
yeah, I agree
Leave
with
it
that.
as is for now, but discussion on January 6th.
And is if we wait until January 6th, do we feel that that's going to give us enough time
For,
to finish up by the time we need to warn?
cautiously optimistic of yes, but we do have 2 weeks. The next meeting's not until January 20-something, 27th.
We always
Ish, so there's
could
time to
warn
build in a
special.
special meeting if you need to.
Okay. I mean, I think I'd rather see a special meeting in January than a meeting on Wednesday to not have.
Shouldn't we be meeting on the 20th? First and third? First Monday's the
It's a
6th.
holiday on the
third
20th.
Monday's.
The holidays, we moved it out a week.
It's
The 20th, the holiday? January
It's a
20th?
holiday, and also we have to warn town meeting 30 to 40 days before
more than
town
that.
meeting. So we usually
I
do
thought it
it
was
the
the
last
16th.
meeting in January, or the last week of January.
The 30th of December isn't a holiday.
The 20th of January.
20th of January, yes.
I know. I said the 30th of December isn't a holiday.
It's not.
It's in between holidays, but it's not a holiday.
It's not the first or third Monday either.
But it could be a special
Oh,
meeting.
for a special meeting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Just throwing dates out there. Everybody be home.
So with this, I'm gonna conclude our discussion and working session. If anybody disagrees with the take of canceling Wednesday's working session, and after January 6th, if we need a special meeting in January to schedule it at that time. Is everybody okay with that approach? I'm
That
saying
works.
nods, Dawn, yes. Okay. All right, so thank you for that. We've already done, I became A, so at this point we are at the point where we're interviewing and considering appointment of a volunteer to serve as the alternate.
Oh,
For
can I
this-
just make a motion, Madam Chair, that we appoint Andy Watts as our alternate to the CUD committee?
Okay, thank you, Don. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. There is no need for executive session at this point, so we are on to reading file. I would like to thank Joan Jansen on the Cemetery Commission. Are there any other board comments for
Yeah.
reading file?
Thanks to the staff for fixing a water leak.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll pass that on.
I just had a question about the change order. Is that just the $6,000 is the change?
Mm-hmm.
Just for an extension?
Yeah, more or less. Is it? Catherine detailed the reasons for the changes, so it's an extension. They did some additional work. We're gonna take off some stuff that we'd originally asked them to do, but we don't think it's necessary. So,
Okay.
extension, few tweaks, change order. It also, we have roughly $6,000 left of ARPA money, so that ARPA money will go towards that. It's our final ARPA money.
I have two things if we're not gonna meet on Wednesday. Happy holidays to you all, and thank you for your hard work. And UVM just won the cup. Soccer cup.
Really?
So yeah, I knew I should have been at home watching TV.
Nice. Go Cats.
Football games are terrible today. Why do you want to watch football?
All right,
Kirk Cousins.
good with
is
reading
the-
file. Happy holidays, happy new year to everybody. Yes,
Finish up.
okay. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. What?
Sorry, that's what I wanted to say.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
make sure I didn't want to
Okay.
interrupt you. I was trying to remember, I thought I had something to say and I couldn't remember what it was, and it finally came to me as you were speaking. Essex Junction voted, they are interested in extending the tree farm lease. They want to create a working group of 2 select board members and 2 city councilors to start to think about what those details might look like in a conceptual plan. So you will see that on your next agenda. So I just wanted to put that out there to give you an update on that. Didn't find out in time to put it on tonight's agenda. But the idea is to have a small working group come up with what's going to be next for the tree farm. The members from the city council are Raj Chawla and Marcus Serta are the 2 members representing the city. So keep that in mind, think about if that's something you'd be interested in stepping up for, to be discussed on January 6th.
Okay. And with that, I will entertain, no, thank you, I didn't know whether to bring it up.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made to adjourn, it has been seconded, motions to adjourn are non-debatable, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We are now adjourned, thank you.